And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company. Thank you for joining me for another evening of Seamoss Talks. Yes, I've started a little earlier today, and I'm going to try and do Sundays for sure earlier than normal. I don't know how I can do Wednesdays, but sometimes it just gets a little too late. If more people would be able to take advantage of it if it was earlier and get some value. So here we are, half an hour earlier. Well, I wanted to start at 8:30, but life gets in the way. So 1:30 was, 8:45 was a safe bet. So I am just, I was doing for a second. I'm going to open up, start the clubhouse so people can join us on Clubhouse. And I haven't started the Instagram feed yet, but I'll do that in a moment. I'm actually waiting for my DVI to charge. I don't know why I don't pair this stuff better, but it's Seamoss life, At the end of the day, we always make sure we get it done. Seamoss. I know I was supposed to have a few people come by and chat. Last week I did this really cool, it was almost like an impromptu live stream with this guy, Seamoss the boss, or the boss Seamoss, or he's not boss, he's Seamoss boss. And he's a real cool guy, and we enjoyed it. Another guy from St. Lucian Premium Seamoss came on, this guy Matthew, and we really wrapped it out. Talked a lot about Seamoss, which was cool. It was a lot of jokes and good conversation. So so I think he might be coming in a bit. I'll probably have to. He'll probably join me on Instagram, so you guys will have to hear about him, not really see him as much. I gotta try and figure out a way to get everybody on this one live connection. But I think in the future, I'm gonna put a little bit more investment in creating a proper setup that will allow me to stream on all the platforms. So yeah, bear with me, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to throw it in the chat, and I'll answer it. And while I get this kind of set up, and then I don't know what we want to talk about today. You know what I mean? We can always just go with the flow, right? I've been thinking about putting a list of questions that most people ask, or things that I hear often, and that's something if we run out of topics, I just divert to that because I may have said it before. Some things, you know what I mean. It's not they need to be repeated, you know what I mean, and just not everybody hears that information at the same time. Like that conversation. Get that going. See if he comes and joins us. Talk. Oh, right away. Hey Bob, how's it going? Welcome to our conversation about Seamoss. Let me know if you have any questions about Seamoss. I've kind of just got started, so I'm waiting for more people to kind of join the group so that we can have a proper discussion. And if you don't know about Seamoss, this is a great place to be to find out more about Seamoss, how it's good for you, what uses it's good for, how people are consuming it. You know what I mean? There's a huge, massive industry when it comes to Seamoss. And so I create these shows so everybody can talk about it and learn more from it. You know? So I have my phone charging. That was another thing I should have made sure I charged properly today. So that because I always, these devices always end up dying on you after a while. If we go like a couple hours, excuse me 1 second, I'm gonna grab something. No one's got any questions about Seamoss yet? Hey Gerard, welcome to the room. This is basically an open discussion about all things Seamoss, and I just want to create a safe place so that people can ask questions about Seamoss, learn more about Seamoss. So, like, if you have any questions, let me know. I've been in the Seamoss business for over 2 years now. I export Seamoss from St. Lucia, and I distribute it all over the world. And I have a very close connection with a lot of the farmers down there, and a lot of the other people selling it. So I have quite a bit of knowledge I love sharing. Let me know if you have any questions at all.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know St. Lucia. I know a few that are selling it that they're getting their product.
Nice. I know it's purple, but there is a green, like a blue greenish Seamoss. It's like really rare, but you can sometimes when you order the green Seamoss, you end up getting the blue stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how I was feeling, when I went to
Vegas. Well, they're not really two. They're two different species of Seamoss. Do you know what I mean? But a lot of, I mean, it's hard for me to say because I'll be honest, I don't have a huge experience with Condor's Crispus. But what I've noticed is that most people that are trying to form a huge distinction between the two sea mosses or the two seaweeds is those selling Condorus. They're always saying, well, Condorus crispus is different. It's better. You know what I mean? And I mean, I get it. In some ways, they're paying more for that Seamoss and that product because it costs more. But what I've learned, and I even speaking on this live stream I did recently, the all the sea mosses have a certain baselines of nutrients, right? Some have higher levels than others. And so, well, yes, Condorus crispus could have higher levels of certain nutrients, Garcellaria or other stuff like the gold and the purple and stuff could have higher levels of other nutrients, but they all have certain amounts of the same nutrients in the same ways because they're all from the same family, and they all kind of function in the same way, and that's how they get their nutrients and stuff. It's like having like different types of oranges or different types of apples. Some will have different levels of, say, riboflavin, or I don't know. I'm not a chemist, you know what I mean? But that's the I guess the general idea is that. Sorry, I just had to let my dog out. And so yeah, so that the I don't know. It's hard to say, but anyways, go on what were you saying about the Converse Christmas, because it is a good Seamoss. I don't want to like put it down and say that it's not, but I also don't want to make it seem like that's the only, like there is no one best Seamoss in my opinion. But you had a question, right? Because I kind of talked over your question. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So I'm assuming you're selling it?
Yeah, I export it.
Okay, got you. Where are you based out of?
Toronto.
Oh, you're in Canada.
Yeah.
So exporting that to the U.S. is going to be expensive.
No, I already have it in the U.S. So I export it. I buy it directly in St. Lucia. We have our own farms, and when we have our own, like we have divers and people that go out and basically purchase the Seamoss. We collect it. You know, our main purchase, I guess, our main sort of operation is purchasing Seamoss and exporting it from St. Lucia, and then we have a location here in Toronto, and then one in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah, and so.
And go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, yeah. So that's what we do. Go ahead.
So I was just gonna ask you, what is it going for by the pound? Or?
I mean, it can really range from. It honestly kind of comes down to how much you want to buy and how often you want to buy it. But it can go from like 28 or so down to like 17 or $17 a pound.
Okay.
Yeah, the more you buy, the more often, you know what I mean, the better.
Gotcha. And what's your full spectrum Seamoss? What is that?
So what the full spectrum is, and it goes by different names. I believe, and I got to give credit to him. I believe it was Akeem Pierre that coined that term, because he was the first guy I ever heard using it and talking about it. And so, yeah, it's basically a mixture of all the colors. And how they get it is that there's a process in what they use to do the purple Seamoss. Now, it's extremely difficult to get true purple Seamoss. Like, I have to commend the farmers or the guys that dry this that are able to get it, because not everybody can get it this color, right? It's very temperamental, and can be greatly affected by the weather changes and stuff. If there's a lot of moisture and stuff in the air, the purple won't turn as purple. So what happens a lot is that the stuff goes either like gold, or it goes kind of like a mixture of in between. Sometimes even brown, pink, this stuff. This stuff gets sort of sorted out of the purple because it can't be true purple. And then there's also some green that doesn't go fully green and stuff like that. And then they kind of mix it together, you know what I mean? And that forms the full spectrum. I believe the reason why you should call it full spectrum, why I use that term, is that when you look at the phytonutrients of a product, right? Usually when you're eating something, you know what I mean? The color of the item you're eating plays a lot into the effects of what you're getting from it. Having a full spectrum of colors, which it kind of is, allows you to have a full spectrum of the possible benefits from the algae. Because while I have no proof of it, I do believe that the colors can play a role in the effects of the nutrients that you get, similar to having phytonutrients. Eating blackberries or blueberries have antioxidant properties, or eating something high in chlorophyll will going to have like a detoxing effect. I believe the same thing plays in Seamoss.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what was I gonna ask you? Oh yeah. So with your Seamoss, so I have some now dried. Some green and etc. How would you do you rinse? Would you advise rinsing the Seamoss off to like get the excess salt that is on there, or would you set what's your process to do like that to keep the integrity of the product?
So when you're talking about rinsing the salt off, is that before you use it, or just like?
Yeah. Well, if I'm gonna soak it, because obviously it's dried up, it's not ready for.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. Where are you? No, the noise in the background. It sounds like you're at the airport. It's like.
Oh, hold on.
I'm just teasing it. Hold on 1 second. I gotta let the dog back in. This dog is crazy. So here's the thing, and a lot of people shit on the salt. They're all like, "Oh, the salt, the salt." I believe the salt. Yeah, but I believe the salt is where all the minerals is. You know what I mean? And I don't believe anybody's adding salt. You know what I mean? At first, I thought the salt in some of this fake Seamoss, or what people call fake Seamoss, was like happened through the using the drying machine. I actually did some tests recently, and I found that I think it's because of the way they wash and sort of like set the Seamoss to dry. It causes the salt to form those crystals. I think they use some kind of like baking oven, and it heats the Seamoss in the water, and then it's almost like, instead of the moisture evaporating, it turns all into salt crystals. And the salt crystals, yeah. So anyways, so the salts are natural. When you go to clean, you need to clean the Seamoss first most. That's like utmost important. Forget about the salt. There's just shit all over that Seamoss. As much as they clean it and stuff, there's a lot of stuff in the ocean. And as much as the ocean and water is clear, like, there's just suspended shit. Like, actually, let me get you. You can't see this, but I'm going to show this in the videos here. So I've been running some tests on the salt because a lot of people have been asking me, can I consume this salt and stuff, right? This is the salt from the Seamoss. Now, I think it's okay to use topically in your body, but I don't think you should ever consume this stuff. And this is why. This is a vase of the Seamoss, like salt dissolved in the water, and this has been sitting around for like a week or maybe even longer. And what it is, you find it's just like there's all this sediment and all, like the water will never get clear. And so, like, what is this stuff? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think it's really the salt. You know what I mean? There is some salts in there, but there's just dissolved matter, foreign matter. Do you know what I mean? And so I like, you need to wash it off. That's my whole point.
Okay, so you are saying rinse off the salt before utilizing it, basically.
But I say clean the Seamoss, period. Forget about the salt. Like, if there's salt on it, that's okay. Gotcha. The salt's not the problem. The dirt on the Seamoss, the microscopic dirt that you can't really see, that's the problem.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And that's just from the ocean water, not really so much from the salts. Yeah. But I guess it is in the salts, so maybe you do need to wash off the salt because there's dirt within that salt, So.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the rule of thumb is just to wash it off in general. So
For sure. For sure, you want to
Yeah.
wash it off. Even like we do our best to handle it with like hygienic things. Like we use gloves when packing the Seamoss and stuff like that. But it's like any fruit or vegetable. You don't know like what the deal is. Like it could come in contact with anything. Do you know what I mean? Like the inspection guy, the customs guy could have opened the box and sneezed on it. We don't know. Do you know what I mean? So wash it.
Yeah. So do you have a Dulce Flakes?
Do I have Dulce Flakes? No, but I do have. I don't have anything that isn't from St. Lucia. But there is a guy, and it's so funny. He just literally messaged me on another group. He's on one of our Facebook groups. His name is Rory, and he whatchamacallit? He's from Canada. He's from New Brunswick, and he sources Dulce, Nori, and a bunch of other different sea mosses. He also does the Congress Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cool, yeah, get you connected.
yeah, I'm trying to see if I can figure out a way to connect him now.
I'll follow you on Instagram.
Yeah, is he on my Instagram? I don't know. What I'm trying to do right now is log into my Facebook account. I don't know why I can't log into it easily, but whatever. And I'm going to, because he just messaged me on one of the comments. So I'm going to look at the comment there and see if I can get him even to come in the clubhouse or come in as a guest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? On Facebook, and then you'll be able to hear him. Okay, so you know what? He is on the Instagram. Okay, give me 1 second. So on Instagram, he's North Atlantic Sea Veg. And if you give me like 2 seconds, I'm gonna.
You said North Atlantic
Sea
Veg.
Veg.
You said give me 2 seconds and what?
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna add him on to. I'm gonna like start my live stream on Instagram. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 20 things right now and think, you know what I mean? And I'm like, why is this?
You said northeast.
No, sorry, North Atlantic Sea Veg.
Does come out of St. Lucia. I'm glad you said that the way you said that, because that resonated with me. You're like, I don't know because that doesn't come out of St. Lucia. So, speaking of what comes out of St. Lucia, what is the bread and butter there? What comes out of there?
So much stuff comes out of St. Lucia.
Okay, more so the stuff that you have access to.
I can have access.
Be more specific.
I can have access to anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so with my business partner, he's like super connected on that island. So you tell me what you want, I'll find the person to get it. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But
yeah.
Some of the popular things that they have going for them is what is it? Their mangoes. They have a lot of good mangoes, coconuts, bananas. Their chocolate is like some of the best, like their cocoa beans and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, I heard that.
Very high end. I sell this thing called cocoa sticks, so I can get access to a lot of that. That's raw cacao in a stick, right? And so they use that to make this thing called cocoa tea.
Yeah.
And cocoa tea is this it's like the national drink, and it's basically like a hot chocolate, but it's made with the raw. Basically, they take the beans, they roast them, they grind them into this like sort of stick with different spices, and they have this all over the Caribbean. Almost every Caribbean culture has it, and yeah, and they grind it and they make it into like kind of like a tea, and they call it cocoa tea.
That sounds really good.
Oh, it's awesome, dude! It's the best, especially with what is it? Salt fish and bakes. So they make this like fried bakes. It's like a sort of like a, I don't know, like a biscuit slash donut, and because it's kind of light and fluffy, and then they'll add the salt fish in there. Oh my gosh, with like onions and cucumbers, and it is the best. Or smoked herrings sometimes we'll do. It's really good.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Yeah, and then with the cocoa and stuff like that, the sweet chocolate, it's like it's badass.
That does sound really good. Jeez.
Yeah.
God,
like that is like my go-to everyday morning breakfast when I'm in St. Lucia. We stop and get like fried saltfish steak and cocoa tea.
how's it going with the COVID there? Do you have to be vaccinated in order to get on the island in St. Lucia? Because I remember they were saying that they were requiring people to be vaccinated to go there.
No, so you don't need to be vaccinated, but if you're not vaccinated, then you have to quarantine.
Oh, how long do you have to quarantine?
I don't know what it is now. Like a year ago, it was like 14 days. I think they've shortened it down to 10. You know what I mean?
Oh, you think they're shorting it down to 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's still pretty
yeah.
extensive.
Yeah. I don't know the rules. The best way to do it is to check whatchamacallit. Check
No, I think you're probably accurate because the Bahamas are they're pretty strict on the COVID thing right now. I know Trinidad is the same way. Colombia, you have to be vaccinated as a tourist in order to come in. I mean, it's getting and it's not really good for. And I don't really understand this. Like, why would you? In these smaller countries, tourism is their money. Like, that's a lot of money, right? And so, why would you take a country that's already straining, right, and put strain on the economy even more by saying, hey, certain people that aren't vaccinated can't come over? That's a lot of money that government.
So yeah, to answer your question, it's the same reason why we have all this stuff in the first place. It's public opinion. Do you know what I mean? It's the same reason why we had all these mandates, all this bullshit to begin with. None of this stuff was really based in science. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? What tests did they do to quantify whether or not they did some mathematical algorithms that weren't tested? I can make up mathematical algorithms and quantify how much I think, and it's not even going to be the real information because I'm always going to screw the numbers to be on the safe side. That's the one thing I noticed. They were always taking precautions just in case. You know what I mean? To be on the safe side. To do so, no matter what it was, they overdid it what they needed to do. Do you know what I mean? And it was like, what to stop what? Like now we're right back where we were, and we're realizing that none of this shit really worked in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly. So there's a word for what they did. It's called catastrophizing.
Yeah.
And it's called catastrophizing. And when you do that, it causes everyone else to do the same thing. And so you get mass hysteria. And so people, what do people stop doing when they're in fear? They start
You're totally breaking up. The reception where you're at is horrible.
Yeah, I'm in freaking that grocery store parking lot.
That happens. You know what I mean? They don't got 5G where you're at?
Yeah, it says 5G.
That's that.
Miami.
This is what the joke is. Like, why I asked that is because, like, before when you had 3G, they're like, oh, get 4G. It's going to be the best. No drop calls, this, that. Right? Then you get 4G, and like within a year, 4G is whack. You know what I mean? Now they're like, get 5G. 5G, you're going to have all this. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have a
Exactly. Exactly. It should be crisp as.
Yes.
No, seriously.
Yes.
Like, all the hype and all the technologies, like we should. It should every call should be crystal clear.
It's all
like,
bullshit.
It is all bullshit. It's all marketing 101.
Yes.
Marketing 101.
Yeah, marketing
10%
is
improvement. I think Apple said this, or somebody said this. They do a 10% improvement and you'll make $1 million.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah,
that's all you have to do, and that's what they've done it to that with the iPhone. They just make 10% of an improvement, and there goes millions and billions of dollars just off of 10% of improvement from the base of the product. It's like, wow, it's fascinating.
Yeah. But that's like, whose fault is that? Is that the company's fault, or is that us?
Consumer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Us agreeing to this, us being complacent. You know what I mean? But I do believe that corporations have tried to manipulate us and sort of like brainwash us into being this sort of creature that they need us to be so that they can sell their products easier.
Yeah, I think dumbing everyone down.
Definitely, it's all about dumbing everyone down. I want to invite a couple of these guys here. Let them know I'm on the live stream. So Myra says here, I agree. Yeah, man, totally agree.
So do you take the purple and the green Seamoss?
I haven't taken the purple or the green in a long time. You know that, now that I think about it. Although, I don't know, I like the gold. You know what I mean?
Gold.
Yeah, I'm a gold guy. You know what I mean? Like, for everyday use, I think the gold is best. The purple's good. I just think, like, to me, I feel like it'd be too hard on my body to have it every day. You know? But I should, like, almost like, yeah, it's strong, man. It tastes like fucking, like, literally the ocean, like decomposing a sea. You know what I mean? And the taste and the smell, like, it's you know. But and you know what's funny? Everybody shits on the flavored Seamoss, but I had this company kind of like send me.
Oh, people love that shit. Are you kidding me? The mango, people love the my one of my friends, she did what do you call it? Like damn it, what's that flavor that everyone sour sap? Everybody's using that.
Yeah.
Sour sap and Seamoss. That shit was so good. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. And I was like, I'm a purist, right? All the time. I never added the fruit. To me, it's kind of like I'll add the Seamoss to whatever fruit I'm eating or stuff like that. But someone was like, here, just try this shit. And I was like, like, you know. But this is what I want to kind of remind people, is that when you're taking this fruit, you know what I mean, it's less Seamoss than you were if you were to just take full Seamoss for the most part. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so you need to kind of consume a little bit more on it. And so there should be kind of like a price adjustment on that, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? If you're eating it more often, then maybe fruit's okay. But don't take the fruit and like have 1 teaspoon a day and think that thing's gonna last a week, 2 weeks. You know?
Yeah.
Here, Matthew. Matthew in the other groups here, he says, that's why I take the caps, wash, dehydrated, then ground up the caps. I add moringa, spirulina, medicinal mushrooms, bladderwrack, burdock oil. So he was talking about earlier when we were talking about cleaning the Seamoss. So what he does is he takes his Seamoss and he cleans it and then dries it and puts it into capsule form, and that's how he consumes it. Hey, what's up, Roy? So I got my buddy here on from North Atlantic Sea Veg. I'm gonna see if I can invite him to come on, and then you guys can rap because you'll be able to hear each other. Dude, you should see my setup. I'm so multimedia like active here. I got Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Clubhouse all running at the same time.
You're like me. That's just funny.
Yeah, I'm a technique geek. Oh, here he goes.
I love that shit.
Yeah, I know. I got to get it set up though, so that it all kind of works better together. And yeah. So Roy, are you there? Can you speak? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear him, Gerald?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, cool. I'll even put you guys closer together so you can hear. So you sell, what was it you wanted? Dulce, right, Gerard?
Yeah, Dulce,
yeah. Yeah, you sell Dulce, right? Right?
I do, and it's in whole leaf form.
Mm-hmm.
Not the flakes. We've got a what's called a hammer mill, and it's quite a large one coming.
Oh.
So we should have flakes here in a few months.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a big game changer. Big investment. It's gonna be like $12,000, but.
Wow, how big is that hammer mill? Must be like half the room or something.
Oh, we gotta put it in a building. It's gonna be good size, but it can make like 100 pounds of flakes in an hour. That's gonna be kind of exciting.
Nice. Did you have any questions, Gerald, about like the actual seed product? Because he actually harvests this himself. Like he goes out in the water, goes and collects this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like he's that's.
Where's your harvest product at? Where are you harvesting your product? It's in Canada, New Brunswick, the East Coast, so it's the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that's awesome. And how long have you been farming? Oh, I'm 37. I picked my first Dulce time when I was like 15, probably, but it's been full time for the last 10 years. Oh wow, man, that's amazing. Yeah, that's I love it, cool. Man. Wicked job. No, totally. I had a friend that's into the Seamoss, and she put me on the Dulce flakes, and I can just eat those things. I can just eat that stuff right out the bag. Like, I don't need to put it on anything. I mean, the smoky flavor, the taste, I just love it. It's really, really good. Yeah, do you like it? Did you ever try the whole leaf? I haven't. I only had the dried flakes. Okay, well, where I'm from, I mean, as soon as we have it dry, we just all eat it like all the time, all summer. The whole leaf, just like the full pieces, chew it right up.
That's what you were telling me, that you just kind of eat it, like pick at it or something, right? Remember the last time you were talking?
Yeah, I've got some in the bowl here. Let me see if this is it from last season. I don't have to move my light. But this is what it would look like. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that. That looks nice. I mean, Gerald can't see it. He's on Clubhouse, but that looks like really deep purple.
Oh yeah, it's got really good colors. I followed you on Instagram. Can you send it to me on Instagram?
Well, listen, go join us on Instagram. We're doing the live right there. You can see it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you have to send me an invite.
Go follow me at St. Lucian Seamoss.
Okay. I'm on the live. I am.
So you see it? Are you 3D transformations? Yeah, I think he is 3D transformations.
I think so. Yeah.
And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this one step better. I'm going to invite him. I don't know if he'll go. What he doesn't. If he doesn't want to show his video, he can turn his camera off. Yes, he joined. Yes.
Awesome. So what's your name again? Sorry, I missed it there earlier. Gerald. Gerald, where are you from? Originally Houston, but I live in Miami. Oh, nice. Yeah. My brother's down there for vacation. He's coming back tomorrow. Okay, so what were you gonna show me?
Yeah, forget about your brother. Show me the moss. Spoken like a true Seamoss guy. Yeah. Give me the goods.
I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't tell you. I know he was hoping to catch some spring training baseball games, but the season was canceled. Now it's back on. Okay. Dude, that looks amazing. I'm so excited to taste some of that. We just eat that whole leaf. It's just, actually, I'll show you something else I got on the counter here. Yeah. I just put this in a cup. So I just threw in a couple dry pieces, and I barely had to clean anything out of it. And then this is how I eat my Seamoss right here. If you can see that. Oh, was it like? It's just in water. I just throw it in fresh water. Take it out. Okay. I chew it up. That's how I take it. Wow. You're like me. You're like all of us are the same for beers. Like that's how I eat it. That's how I would like. I just like it's great like that. Like why? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wouldn't eat every Congress Christmas I see out there like that because you do have some people's products got mussel shells in it. It's got grit and shit in between all the leaves. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to go buy a random pan of Congress Christmas. You're trying to do that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
For sure. Like I've seen a lot of people, like a lot of people send me samples, or I've seen photos of a lot of Seamoss, or people show me stuff, and like definitely the one thing, because Roy sent me a sample, like I've received product from him, the guy's legit, you know what I mean, like, and he sent it to me for free, so like to try it out. If yeah,
it's gonna be. What's it gonna be?
It's gonna cost just because you're in the States. Like I'm in Canada too, so I was like,
I don't mind sending you a sample, but it's gonna be 2 weeks.
Oh.
Because I'm harvesting this weekend. Like if you pay attention on my Instagram, I'll be live on the beach this weekend.
You know what, dude? You know what I'll do? Send me your address. I'll send you a sample of some of the stuff he sent me. You know what I mean? Yeah, just pay for my shipping and we're good. You know what I mean? And then that kills two birds with one stone. Because I'll be honest, Ray, I'm not gonna take all that Connor's Christmas and eat it myself. I was actually, dude, I'm sitting on like 3,000 pounds of Seamoss, right? I got Seamoss coming out of my ears.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he's like, you know what? You can just have some of this.
Yeah. No, but the one thing I'll say is it smell. I told him it smells so good and clean, like you almost want to eat it right out of the bag, and it's so crisp and dry. Yeah. It's like, and so like I said, like a lot of times you'll get the Seamoss where the guys don't take the time to clean it. Even the Seamoss from the Caribbean, where it will have like the mussels, the shells, different debris on it. You don't, you want to avoid that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and you do, and by getting it through quality people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the most important part of the chain, man. Is knowing where the product came from, how it was really taken care of.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think that's why I've been excited to get out on my own, because with meeting Julien and meeting all kinds of new people, like you can share that whole process and take the guesswork right out of it. Mm-hmm. Man, I'm so so happy I met you two guys. Like, I'm super stoked because, like, I was in a situationship with the person I got all of my Seamoss from, and yeah, there my plug went away. Another plug, and there goes like I'm on like my last couple of bags of Seamoss. Like I'm like I think I got a couple pounds left. I gotta start. Like I'm grabbing those things. Exactly. I'm like it is. Like I'm like okay, where am I gonna find my plug? I gotta in the universe. I'm just on Clubhouse and I see let's talk about Seamoss. I was like that's random.
That's the universe guiding you. That means you're blessed when you come to me like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, totally. And I love the product. I just found out about it this last week. I've been taking it like crazy. I put it in my smoothies every morning. I put it in my salads. Yeah, like I live it.
Nice. Yeah, man.
I eat it all the
Mm-hmm.
time.
I've been actually. I've been getting into the fruit flavor. You talk. I'm going to show you some of the shit that I've been eating. It's pretty cool.
Okay, so what else do you have? You have the dose. How do you say? Is it dose? Just dulse. I guess like with finesse dulse. Yeah. So I've got that whole leaf, soon to be flakes, Oranges Crispus, bladder rack, whole one. That's what I wanted to. Bladder rack. Hold on. Very back. I'll show you something. Oh my god, I was on all three of those at the same time. Like Dose, bladder rack. Oh my goodness. You got a lot. I got 150 pounds harvested last week. Yeah, I took my son came with me. It was fun. That's crazy. I don't personally eat as much bladder rack. I mean, that one I do struggle to get like eating it in wholly form. It doesn't taste very good. I don't know if anybody does that, but no, I don't think I was putting it. I was putting it in my smoothies. I was doing the bladder rack. I was just eating the dough and putting the Seamoss in my smoothies. So yeah. Yeah, I couldn't consume it raw like anything. Even though I'm a purist, I couldn't get like I can't. You gotta put it with something else. I draw the line on that one for sure. I do. Something else. Yeah. So how was your week, Julien?
It was good. It was good. Just busy. I like been working so much on the warehouse, I forget what day it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And having like a little bit of an issue with. I don't know if I want to get into the story, but like in the warehouse, right? There's like different tenants, right? It's like a shared space, and there's one area in the space where our place connects. And so there's not a proper sound barrier for that. And then there's this dude apparently that's living there. So like, and where it is, it's like he literally can hear everything I say and do. And so I'll come in there at times and the guy's sleeping or whatever, and he flips out. And I'm just like in my head, I'm like, I'm trying to be respectful, but in the same time, I want to go over there and just scream at him and be like, bro, I'm running a freaking business. Like, I don't give a shit about your problems. Like I know it sounds mean to say, but it's just kind of like I pay my rent. I do. Don't be screaming at me behind the wall. Like I don't. And the way he does it, it's not like he says, "Hey, yo, excuse me, can you turn it down?" He'll talk as if he's talking to someone else, and I can't hear what he's saying. Bro, that drives me crazy. Like it's like, bro, you think I don't hear you? I fucking hear you. You hear me. What do you mean?
And nobody's probably supposed to be sleeping in that. In your like office space.
Exactly.
Or whatever for that shit. I'm sure it is.
Exactly, because I brought it up to the landlord because I was like, I called him up and I was like, bro, I'm giving you the heads up. Like some shit's gonna go down. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm just like the way this guy's talking and yapping. It's like I'm ignoring him, but like there's gonna be a point where I'm just gonna snap. Not snap like in a bad, but I'm just gonna say something back. You know what I mean? Because I'm one of the I'm one of those kind of guys. You poke me, I'll poke you back, right? I'm not gonna say a big thing, but I'll poke you back to show you, hey, I'm not about to be poked, you know. So, anyways, yeah. So I tell the guy, he's living there, and he's like, he's living there. I'm like, yeah, he's living there. The guy screamed. Was complaining the other day how he can't sleep, and he's got a 9 month, 8 month pregnant woman. Like, like who does that? You know what I mean? But at the same time, I get it. Like, we live in Toronto, dude. I'm sure you heard on the news, the rental prices are ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even dream of.
Yeah.
Well, it just wouldn't work for me. There's obviously no beaches there, but just the cost of living in, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Khaled, no, I did not. You know that guy, Khalid? You sent him the Seamoss? He paid for shipping for me to send these cinnamon sticks, and I've just been so busy. It slips my mind like every day. I'm going to do a reminder. I'm going to put here. I'm going to show it. Khalid, this is my notebook. I'm preparing my notes for tomorrow, like what I got to do. I'm going to put his, like, send the cinnamon sticks on the top of the list. So I'm sorry. I didn't ship them, and I will ship them. And I apologize for not shipping them.
Oh. Yeah, he did tell me he was really excited about getting the cinnamon sticks.
No, I'm going to hook him up. I'm going to hook him up with some other stuff for his patients. I'll probably throw a couple of nutmegs in there for him too. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab. It's been a long week, so and I don't drink much, but I am having a couple coolers today, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Do that. Oh, it looks like the 3D transformation guy left, Gerald. Oh well, you could have seen and talked. Yeah, send over your address, and I'll send out that Seamoss for you to try out, and we'll work out what the shipping cost will be. It's not much. I think it's like $15, so not much at all. But
so I've got another question for you.
Julien. Yeah.
It's,
yeah, we're talking about. I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
No, this lady I sold product to on Etsy.
Oh, okay, it's different.
Left me a really good review, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Now she wants me to send not dried at all product to Virginia. I mean, there's no way that shit's gonna be good in 7 days in the mail.
No,
so it's safe to consume.
Why would she want it that way?
She says she's a hardcore raw foodie. I'm looking out for your health.
Yeah. Dude, that's like, how are you going to keep that? Like, it's going to spoil in one day.
Totally.
Yeah.
In the mail, like, she's like, no, it's wintertime. The trucks will be cold. Keep the package cold. It's like, this is just not a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea. I don't think it is. I don't know. Maybe if you vacuum seal it, but even, I don't know. I don't know your product that well. You know what I mean? And
go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know your product well. And earlier when I said I know what you're gonna talk about, I thought you were gonna talk about the harvesting and the wild crafting and stuff. And I want to say that, and this is a disclaimer. Anything I talk about really for Seamoss, and I say it in a general sense, I'm talking about St. Lucian Seamoss, because the reality is that's all I know. I don't know your Seamoss. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know a little bit from what I read, but I don't have the same level of experience and knowledge to kind of talk about it like as an expert. I'm still learning. You know what I mean? Like, I could learn way more. Yeah. And so. Mm-hmm.
I see 2 comments. Don't do it. Okay, that settles that one. She's just such a nice lady. She's actually from the Ukraine, but moved to Virginia, and she has some type of food, something or other degree course, and she's like, I'm an expert. It's gonna still be fine. No, I could grow a bacteria on inside of 8 days. Like that.
Yeah. Mold. What do you mean? Exactly. Mold will grow on it in no time. And there will be a delay. Like, unless you shipped it overnight, that's the only way I would think about it. You know what I mean? Like, you would have to ship it overnight with, like, frozen ice and You know what I mean? All that stuff. What's up, Yusuf? I wanted to see your.
Chilling.
I wanted to see this. What does it say? How big would you dream if you knew you couldn't fail? The only thing stopping us is ourselves. Nice. I love this Kanye picture that everybody uses. I gotta find one where I could do like a joke for St. Lucian Seamoss.
I can send you it. I'll send you I'll send it to your Instagram.
Yeah, the blank one, and then I'll copy it. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of memes and stuff like that on it. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, so
What's the Kanye picture?
huh?
Which is the Kanye picture? I
So-
guess I haven't seen this one.
I'll show it to you. Hang on. It's this one. This is, you know, he's freaking out about the Pete Davidson, and now apparently the guy Pete Davidson's like trolling him through someone else's account. I feel so sorry for Kenya. It's like, bro, give it up. You know, you messed it up in the first place, trying to be the dick that you are. Just move on. Let it go. You're making it worse. You know what I mean?
There's got to be a few other women out there other than Kim Kardashian. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Lots of fish in the sea.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I know what it's like. It hurts, like, to see someone move on. You know what I mean? And leave you, and you think, oh, they didn't chase me, they didn't come after me. You know what I mean? Like, I think the problem with a lot of these stars and stuff is that they live in this environment where everybody is just like, yes, 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 yes. Yeah. Like I had a fr- I have a friend of mine. He was a music producer. He still is a music producer. I don't know why I'm speaking in the past tense, but back in the days, he was really on top of his game, and he's worked on Michael Jackson's album. So he got to meet Michael Jackson and hang out with him, right? And so I remember talking to him because back around that time it was all this, or it was after all the, did he play with a boy, this, that, and whatever, right? And so I asked him, I'm like, so you've hung out with him. What do you think? He's like, hell no. There's no way he did this, right? And I'm like, kind of like, well, what about this? And what about all this stuff? He's like, bro, this guy is the most gentlest, kind, down to earth guy. He's like, the guy called him one night and was like, hey, you want to hang out and listen to beats? And so he was like, yeah, I hung out with Michael Jackson. The guy just called me up and, whatever. And he's like, he goes, but imagine you're living in a world where you're like, I want 10 elephants right now in this room. Chop, chop. No one says no to him. He said he lives in a world that no one ever dares say no to him. Whatever he wants, we'll make it happen, Michael. No problem. So imagine Kanye is in that same world.
Right. For years.
Yeah.
So definitely.
It reinforces this reality that he's built himself. And if his reality is like, and then it's okay to build everybody builds their own reality. But if your reality that you built is off skewed to the world, and you're trying to connect with the masses of the world, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Because it's too much of a clash. You know what I mean? There's no way to sort of blend it, So
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's what he's going through. Feel bad for him. Like I said, he needs to go to Costa Rica or something. But that's what's crazy. You could never go to Costa Rica and just fuck it out. And it'd be all on TMC. Can you imagine Kanye in the whorehouse?
Say something like that.
Yeah.
But it gotta be hard for him because he can't live a normal life anymore.
Yeah. You're right. He can't. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because I'd rather be rich, and I don't want to be famous at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. But oh man, that's hard.
But what is really rich? Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, I just want to be happy. Right? I want to be happy and somewhat satisfied, where if I want something, I can get it. Now, if that means having a lot of money and stuff, but how much money do you really need to accomplish all that? How much do I really want? Do you know what I'm saying? That's something the questions I'm always asking myself. Like, what is it that I'm really doing? Why am I here? Like, what am I doing?
Running
What do I
80
want?
billion, 80 billion if you're enough.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But I've noticed for me, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, enough that you can pretty much just be really comfortable, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because the quest, I mean, personally, like just from my past life and stuff, when you just focused on money, there's no end to the money game.
Mm-hmm.
You always want more.
Mm-hmm.
Always want more. And
Mm-hmm.
then you make more, and then you're like, oh, I'm going to this level, right? Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
a never-ending game, and you're not going to find happiness at the end of that road.
Yeah.
I feel kind of.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think what's one of the problems with us in society today is that like we're not spending enough time explaining and showing people the importance of having passive income. Like, I don't know if you got pardon?
I got you so there, yeah.
Yeah, because I believe that passive income is the true meaning that because whether you have a lot of passive income or a little bit of passive income, I think part of being able to be happy is to be able to be free to make the decisions of what you want. And if you're working a job that you're not happy with and stuff like that, then you're not really free, right? But if you create enough passive income where no matter what you choose to do, you can do it and still be comfortable because your needs are being met, then that in some ways is what I feel free. And in some ways, I feel like we need to move to that in order to sort of elevate our society. Because I've always preached this. Like I believe that, and I've thought about this a long time. Like, what is really fucking our world up, and what are the sort of like, if you break it down, one of the main problems of causing our issues, and I've summed it up to this: the media, television, right? The news, all that shit, this programming crap, right? And our dependencies on jobs. If you look at all the people that are doing stuff, whether it's changing climate change or doing, it's all about their job or their stock price or this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. No one can actually freely make a decision in whatever business that they have. Like say you're in a corporation and you work for the corporation and your mind is different than what the corporation's mandate is. How are you able to speak your mind? Do you know what I'm saying? And so that dependency on the job forces you to do what the company wants. And maybe the guy the company wants doesn't agree with you either. But to him, it's like, well, you know what? I answer to my shareholders, and those guys, you know what I mean, do this and this and that. And then the shareholders are like, well, we just care about high prices. We didn't realize that this is what was happening in the exchange for it. Like it all fucking fucks up because of, you know what I mean?
They're running us right off the deep end, man.
Yeah.
It's nobody. I don't think there's anybody at the ship anymore. Like
never was, bro.
There never was. There never was.
Especially with this COVID shit, that is like to me the biggest. Like, oh my god, like talk about like no one knows what the hell's going on, what they're doing. You know what I mean? And when you're starting to do stuff like suppress ivermectin and stuff, like I watched in St. Lucia how a lady got her license revoked because she chose to give people ivermectin, and she was just kind of creating a little bit of a store, right? And yeah, and so here's where the dependency of the jobs come into play. Now, the body of the people, they may not have gotten a direction from Pfizer or whatever, or this and that, but they might have said to themselves, well, how does this look on the world stage? How are we going to, you know what I mean, appear to this and that? And, you know, will this affect our grants? Could we potentially go, you know what, we need to stop this lady because, you know what, I don't want, you know, do you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times there's no one actually saying anything. It's our belief in what the other side wants. And then we make a decision based on that. And that's all dependency on our jobs, trying to think we're going to get ahead, whatever. We want to be recognized. You know what I mean?
Oh, I hear you.
Sorry, I'm ranting a bit.
That's all right. No, the COVID stuff, man, like, that was probably the most hardcore guilt trip for anybody who wanted to still have the choice of what they wanted to do with their own health and body. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm unvaccinated. I don't think anybody's stupid or either choice or whatever. But man, did they try to vilify anybody who still wanted to do what they wanted to do with their health. Like, first I had to sit in parking lots outside of sports stadiums when I took my kid to hockey stuff. Couldn't even go in the gym.
Bro, the amount of immense pressure that I've gotten, like I resisted the COVID jab, like you know, like my godmother called me and like pretty much begged me, like, please just take it. Everybody else is taking it. And I'm like, well, that's more than a reason for me not to take it. You know what I mean? Like if you're coming to me and saying this, like, whoa, what's going on? Like I don't need this. Like, you know, dude, I don't even have a doctor. Real talk. Like
no, I don't have a doctor either.
I don't have a family doctor. I go to a walking clinic once in a while because I have allergies with my asthma, right? So I'll get a puffer. Like they got to prescribe a puffer, but beyond that, I don't get sick.
Doctor's right there.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. But even just growing up, we always just ate kind of like, you know, home cooked meals. My mom cooked good stuff. Like we, you know, you eat a lot of that island stuff. That stuff does that it sticks with you over time. You know.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So Myra says there's a doctor that I'm friends with that lost his hospital privileges because he ordered ivermectin for a patient. Exactly. That's what happened to the girl. You know what I mean? She had to fight to get her license.
So what is that stuff?
So ivermectin is basically some kind of dewormer, and they use it in horses and also in humans in certain cases. Like if you're in like Africa and stuff, and you get a bunch of parasites and stuff, they might prescribe ivermectin to you. And so there has been studies and tests where they've shown that this ivermectin had a huge reduction in the recovery rate of people on COVID. And in the point where they were giving it out in people in one town in India, you can Google this, and the whole town was like recovered from it faster than anywhere else. So where India was like all dying, like around, right, like there was burning basically. This one like province was like safe and it had almost zero rates. But I believe a lot of these numbers, right, that we're seeing and the damage, it's all skewed and manipulated. Like I understand statistics and stuff like that. And sometimes these numbers that they're sharing, these high numbers, like you got to understand the sources, the the collection date, like when they collect, like sometimes you'll release a date today, like oh my God, there's 500 new cases, and that was collected from the last 6 days. Do you know what I mean? And it has not every test was accurate. You know what I mean? Not every thing was recorded correctly. They could have lost count at some time. Like this is all being done by humans. This is not all accurate. So when you see 200, it could be it could be 95. You know what I mean? We don't know.
Yeah, I think we're way off topic here. But
yeah.
There's no real topic, but I think it's a good message. Like if I had was looking out for people for the next year or two.
Yeah.
As somebody who does want everybody to do well, you want to really watch your spending and stuff. I think we're heading for really challenging times. Like I watch the stock market still closely, even though I don't do a lot with it. And there's some stuff going on for sure. So it's just stay healthy, chase down your dreams, do all that kind of stuff to stay in a positive mindset because it could get kind of squirrely.
Yeah. I think it's going to get squirrely, especially with this Ukraine stuff and everything.
Definitely, yeah. So what else? You got anything big coming up in the next week or two you're working on, or?
Yeah, lots of stuff. I mean, we're trying to get in more spices. We're trying to expand more of our exporting, like how much we ship out. and so that's good. I'm cleaning out the warehouse. I think we're gonna look at new packaging. Um, Definitely. Have It's been a while. It's like realizing the other day, like I haven't updated the photos on the website in like 2 years, and so the last couple of days, I have been just been working on doing the photos. Been doing a lot of learning on marketing on Google, like Google AdWords, and
Right.
understanding the audiences and stuff like that. Hold on. Myra
What's
says, make sure you have plenty of CMOS stored up. Yes, we have tons of CMOS stored up. Not only that, like my business partner has an amazing um, handle on the supply. Like, I don't want to like brag or anything like that, but really, it's kind of like the only thing that's limiting us is the sales. Like, if someone came and said, I need 10,000 pounds of CMOS tomorrow, you know what I mean? I think I can make that happen, or he can make that happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like,
That's what I'm trying to get a handle on is as I've been like reaching out, meeting like a lot of different people from different parts of the states.
mm-hmm.
I don't know how big the Congress market would be like
Huge.
in a year for retail consumption though, because like a lot of these people I've talked to either deal with somebody that I sell bulk to,
Uh-huh.
or I know them from another group. But I mean, I keep coming across like the same few names. So then I'm like, okay, so there's just the guys in Maine,
Mm-hmm.
and then us, and then I mean, stuff comes over from Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
That's most of the supply.
Yeah. So there's not a big. All right, I'll let you finish because I'm like excited to kind of see what I want to say.
I was pretty much done there because I was like, I'm just trying to grasp like how many pans you could sell in a year and how much money if somebody went at it really committed. Like, there's nobody who's got nice packaging on Amazon for Conjure Christmas.
No,
it's not done. I mean, I'm a year out at least from trying to do this, but
you want to partner up and do it? I'll get you on Amazon.
Well, I was thinking you could do the what's it called, fulfilled by Amazon.
Yeah.
You ship everything there. They ship everything out, and runs like a pretty good, solid advertising campaign to make sure the product gets a lot of traction. We can. The product stand on its own anyway.
Yeah.
So
we'll do it. But I'll say this: if you want to partner, like you could ship me the raw Seamoss, and I'll do all the packaging and fulfillment. I'll arrange to get the packaging and stuff like that, and then I'll help you get onto the Amazon. No problem. You know what I mean? And then we'll do a share on. We'll work out the numbers, but we'll do a share on the profits after everything's sorted done.
Do you think this is a good idea? Do you think it would work on there?
Yeah. Listen, if you're telling me that you've looked on the market and you don't see that product there, then yes, I do believe that. I also believe that if it doesn't work on Amazon, then we can hit a lot of the stores and a lot of the places around the world. Like I keep saying this to people, they don't realize that the market is huge. Like when you say, is there enough? The only reason why you're not selling enough is because you're not working hard enough to reach enough people.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's a dude that's selling gel and he's making $500,000. Like that totally changed my mind recently. Like I was like, what? You're $500,000 a month in sales. Do you know what I mean?
A month?
Yes, a month. He's doing 6 million. And so I'm happy for him. I'm excited. But my point in saying it is not that he's doing $500,000 a month. It's the fact that he's doing $500,000 a month and you don't even notice that. You've never even you might, if I mention his company name, you might recognize it or whatever passing by. But the point is, the ocean is so big that this whale is there and you don't even see it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? So the question is the market big? Yes, it's so big you don't even see how big it actually is. That's how big the market is. It's so big you don't.
In the ocean.
Yeah.
How big the ocean is, right?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. I find.
I was just gonna say one other quick thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What about the grocery stores all through the states? Like, does anybody are they carrying a lot of Seamoss products?
I think some of them are, but some of them are putting the low cost ones, like the Garcilaria and stuff like that. I don't think there's too many that are doing the Connor's Christmas, and or if they're doing it, they're getting it from places like the Maine Sea Veg or something like that. You know what I mean? But I think for you, you might want to do some research and find out who are distributing sea products to where. You know what I mean? Because you almost want to get into a company that's doing the distribution in all these stores already and sort of get your product on the shelf with them, you know? Yeah. And then find a way to bag it up and package it where you are at and then deliver it to that one place that then redistributes it, you know? But at the same time, you could develop that operation yourself, especially if you don't see it. Do you know what I mean? Like if you look around and you don't see a guy that's actively calling up the stores and stuff like that, then get a list of all the stores together and call them up and say, hey, I'm I'm the North Atlantic Sea Veg. I'm an international distributor. Like you want to hear a funny?
Major differences here between like local markets and trip over to Europe or whatever. Like it's a world of difference in price, really.
Yeah, study the market, see where the vulnerability is, and see how you can solve that problem and get the supply. But I'll tell you this one story, and this is what it's so funny to illustrate, like to me, how you need to approach things and not be afraid of things. I used to have this computer store, right? I used to do online computer selling. And so it was a one-man operation. It was just me and a website. This is back in like early 2000s when we just started doing drop shipping and stuff like that. Before that, I was a manager at a computer store, and I learned how a lot of these companies you can set up an account, order something, and have it directly delivered to them without having your name on it, this and this and that, right? And so I had this corporation where I was doing that. I was selling out hard drives and this and this, that, whatever. And so people would call me and be like, you know what I mean? Like, hello, yeah, can we speak to your accounts payable? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, hold on 1 second. And I would put them on hold and I'd pick up the phone. Yes, accounts payable. Like if you called my place, you'd think there was 20 people working there. I never forget doing that. It was so funny. Like, yeah, accounts payable. How can I help you? They're like, yeah, we just want to talk about this bill. You know, did you send it? Yeah, we'll send the payment, no problem. Like, you know, same guy. Yeah. Hang on, there's some questions coming here. BC says, I find most people don't know what Condorus actually is. It's hard selling to folks who don't know what it is. Eukinema, Caposivirus, Garcilaria. Yeah, that is so true. Everybody, you know, it's Dr. Sabi. You know what I mean? Like, and this is why, like, I'm not hating the guy. You know what I mean? And I'm not complaining about him, but it's kind of like, look, your misinformation is causing damage. People are thinking Garcilaria is Condorus crispus. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's it's affecting people, everybody. Why?
and it seems to be, man. Like I was busy last week, so I didn't want to chime in. Like I saw a few of the conversations going on in the group, and to me, it just looked like a giant waste of time, waste of my energy. Like I almost messaged you to say, stop, bother. You're taking up hours of your day that could be used better. Even though you're trying to do something good and educate or explain something.
I love it.
They not having it, and then you're just gonna get angry, and then it's
taken
away from the day.
I know, and I gotta watch it sometimes because it does take my time. But at the same time, right? I'll be honest with you. Full disclosure, like I seem like a nice guy, but there's like 10% troll in me, and so when this shit happens, I can't help but fuck with these guys. I'll be straight. I'm laughing half the time when I'm doing that stuff. I'm like, oh, let me see the comeback. Oh, I'm gonna come back like this. So no, when I'm doing that, it's not like I'm angry at all. I'm never really pissed. I'm more laughing and having jokes and pushing it back to these people. And I'm almost trying to create a mirror back to them and show them like this is what you're giving to me. This I'm giving them. I just deflect it right back. You know what I mean? So it really kind of I don't absorb it at all. And
I don't think well, there's just certain people who are they're not gonna agree.
You're right.
Even if the evidence is there or whatever. So
nope.
I mean, I personally am just not gonna go down those roads because I got too many things to do already. But
yeah. See, here's the thing. I'll be honest. That place, I didn't build that place for me to sell Seamoss. So whether I sell Seamoss out of there, I'm not concerned. One. Two, it's like I understand that those people that I'm actually directly arguing with will never change their mind. I've already known that, even when I'm engaging them. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why I don't take it seriously, right? But what I'm looking for is the people that are reading the comments. And yeah, I'm willing to take a risk of looking obnoxious and kind of like a dick and stuff like that, right? But I want those people to question what we're talking about. I want them to go and seek the information because the truth is there. I wouldn't be saying this shit if I didn't study the truth. Do you know what I'm saying? So those that are serious and are really into Seamoss, they're going to find the truth. Those that don't, I can't change them. Only God can change man.
I see Khaled made a comment here. Is it Khalid or Khaled?
Yeah, Khaled, please. Yes. Boss Seamoss.
Mentioned this guy who reached out to me who wanted to buy 100 pounds of Condress at a reasonable price. And he's active in our group there. And ever since I joined that group, man, this guy's gotta be careful. I don't think he's watching, but anyway, I've got a pretty good intuition with stuff, and I was just like, I don't know if this thing's legit. Like this guy is legit, and not saying he's not because you gotta be careful making those kind of accusations. But I'm just gonna wait and see what's because Khaled bought some off him. If his product comes through, maybe I'll do something with him. But if he's over in Peru, why does he want me to ship 100 pounds to this address that I couldn't really get to come up on Google Maps?
Oh, okay. I can't understand why.
From Peru?
Yeah, he says why. Do you know the same guy, Yusuf?
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I got samples from him before. If that's the same guy, he has 2 pages on Instagram.
Maybe he just doesn't. Yeah.
It could be entirely legit. I could be way off. But if it's a guy, he sells a different strand of Condis Crispus. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he has different types. He has I've seen it. It's like the blonde and the
blonde. One is just sun dried and one is just dry. But they're all the same, but it's different. It's different. It's different from the kind I would get from Maine. His Condis Crispus is a different species of Condis Crispus. The guy in Peru. Yeah, I haven't ordered anything from him because I just don't trust it yet. I mean, he sent me some samples, but I don't trust it. It's too much, and it's not. He doesn't have enough information, for me to really trust him.
Well, what kind of information do you need to trust him? Because I think this is a problem that I see happening with a lot of these farmers.
I need addresses. I need. You have to basically be established when I see. It's like me just looking at a page and I'm like, okay, this guy is showing that he has Seamoss doing this, but it's nothing else. It's like, okay, Cash App or Zelle or Zello, whatever. I never do that. Never in life with Zello PayPal.
Mm.
But if they don't have PayPal and they don't do, if they do Western Union, I don't do Western Union at all. I don't do that Zello. I don't do Cash App. You know, if you don't do PayPal, then I won't deal with you.
You know, I've been thinking about doing this. I don't know if someone's going to take my idea and get fucked, but it's almost like I'm thinking about setting up a way where I can be like the intermediary for these people that do the sales. So it's almost like I'm almost like their representative. They ship the Seamoss to me, so it's already here. I'm holding it for them. They sell it, and all I got to do is package it, box it, and send it to a place for them. Imagine, right? You're dealing with this guy, right? But instead of him dealing with Peru, he meets you and he says, "Okay, contact my representative in Toronto," and you contact it, and it's me, and I get your information, and I explain the product, and I give you the details, and you send the money to me, and then I ship you the product. Would you trust it?
Yeah, if you have it on hand, yeah, I would trust it like that.
Yeah. So that's
a lot of people just don't. They just don't give enough information.
I get it.
It's like, okay, I'm buying something, but you know, I need to know more.
Yeah.
You know.
I get it. And so the way I see it, and this is my entrepreneur mind always working, is that once you solve a problem, there's profit in problem solving, right? And so if I can solve this problem, if I can leverage my goodwill and I can say, you know what, St. Lucian Seamoss Company as a company can kind of verify that this Seamoss is good because we're holding it in our fulfillment center, then, you know, people will pay us money to do that for them and to handle the work for them. Because I mean, it's probably more expensive for them to ship individual orders from where they're located than it is to send it to us. I mean, that's the whole reason why we do it.
Yeah, you've got to make that worth your time, though. I mean, unless you're doing just a good deed service while you're running your business to be the intermediary here, like that's going to tie up time, man, for you.
Me?
Yeah.
It won't really, not, yes and no. If I build the business to a point where I'm hiring people and I'm not doing it, it's not my time, it's someone else's. And that factors into the cost of doing business. So that's, you know what I mean? There's no way I can do it individually myself, but the goal is not to. And this is what I was talking about earlier about passive income. You can never be really, truly free until you create the business when you don't have to be there. Like, I remember being a DJ growing up, right? And in Toronto, and there's this record store called Play to Record, right? This guy, Eugene, built this amazing business with DJs all around the world come and shop at this place. But because he, you know, was like this micromanager guy, he had to be his hands in everything. It was like his little baby and he couldn't let it go. And he became tied to it where that was like his job. And then even though he loved doing it, and then, you know, it wasn't like work for him, he never had true freedom. He could never really get away from his work if he wanted to, because that's what he was tied to. And so when I'm looking at my businesses and anything I'm structuring, it's like, yeah, I'm committed into it now, but like 2 years from now, there's going to be a manager. There's going to be like, that's where the company's going, you know? And so BC said, I pitched to a person in St. Lucia. They wanted me to pay out in the month. Yeah, for sure. Me in St. Lucia, I would. You know how many people get ripped off from sending Seamoss on credit? I don't advise any St. Lucian. And I mean, I know you, and if someone said to me, hey, do you vouch for that guy? I would. But the truth is, I wouldn't recommend to any St. Lucian to send anybody Seamoss at any time without getting paid first. Anytime I've ever seen a problem between the St. Lucian and another buyer in the foreign market, it was over the fact of getting paid and them having the money. And so it's safer for them to put them, you know what I mean, have the money. And no, Khaled, we can't hear you. You're like, maybe you need to disconnect and reconnect again, you know? This would save on overseas shipping, and they don't have a website and only accept yeah, that's the two big things that they accept right now is Western Union and this other product called Penny Pinch, but it's just as insecure as Western Union. So Yusuf is
We'll be
there.
back
Knows.
like a few minutes here.
Pardon?
We'll be right back in like a couple minutes.
Yeah, okay, no problem. What's up, Yusuf?
Chilling.
Where you at?
South Carolina.
Nice. Nice.
North Carolina, about 5 miles away from North Carolina.
What are you carrying?
Some type of pearl. It's like some type of plastic. I'm delivering like some type of
Like the plastic pellets?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm delivering something like that.
The raw shit to put it so they can make the bottles or whatever containers you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, when you were talking about the Seamoss as far as like getting it from the other people, I guess, and holding it for them, and you'll be the one, in between. That's cool too, because it's kind of hard trusting like people, bro, with your money, things like that. Like I wouldn't mind doing business. I wouldn't mind going into that type of stuff because I see like in New Orleans when people sell Seamoss, they sell it for like super high. When I have Seamoss, I give the shit away most of the time. And I have a lot at home right now. The stuff you get, I have a lot of that at home. And I also have the samples that the guy sent me from Peru. But he has a high price tag. High price tag.
How much? How can you say?
Hold on, like
what?
I can actually go look, but I might end up having to leave the room because I talked to the guy on what is that?
But is that including the shipping, right? That's including the shipping? It's a high price because maybe that's the problem. Like sometimes these guys, the way they ship it, it's like so expensive.
Yeah, it wouldn't be worth it buying it from the guy in Peru when I could just get it from Maine. And a lot of people they think of, I gotta get it from overseas because that's where it goes. Nah, bro. You can just get it from the US. The only thing that you're gonna have to get from somewhere else is gasoline. Other than that, your kind of strictness is already in the US. So, some people think because it's from this place is better, from that place is better, But Maine has some of the best sea vegetables and seafood and stuff like that. But that'd be cool. I guess how you would be doing it would be something like you would just be holding it from, so it'd be like you drop shipping from them.
I'd act like a fulfillment center, and in fact, that's kind of like the rates that I would charge. I'd charge and I've seen someone doing it in this other setup, right? They were this company, and I think I'm going to copy these guys. I hope they're not watching, but they basically they do manufacturing of healthcare products en masse for people. And so, like, if you want to say come up with a line of soaps, you call them up and they formulate the soaps and do the scale. So they'll make you 1,000 soaps at one time. You know what I mean? And have it wrapped and packaged and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's real cool.
Yeah. Or say you wanted body butters or some kind of like shea butter cream. You could, formulate it with your scent and I could pour it all. And that's what she was doing. So I want to do something like that, kind of like for healthcare products. You know what I mean? Or not, or for health, wholesale health stuff. And then the basically go to these people that are already selling it and say, hey, are you having a hard time selling this? Hire me, give me a percentage of your sales, and I will not only store your shit, I'll sell it, and I'll be the how do you say it, the validation source. and I mean, even and I can openly say something like sometimes I'm thinking in my head like, why are you giving all these secrets away, Julie? Like, this is a great business idea. Someone's gonna hear that, you know. But I think that this market, there's enough that there could be 100 guys like that doing that. Do you know what I mean? And we still do well. Like, this is a big problem that like almost every foreign guy that's like selling has. You know what I mean? And unless they get their shit, or it's either that or they like we need to set something up where in St. Lucia there's one sort of person that they can sell to, and if they want to, I think there should always be freedom of anybody should be able to sell to whoever they want. There shouldn't be any like that's almost slavery when you start like saying you got to sell to this one guy at this one price. You know what I mean? So to me, that's not right. You should be able to have the freedom to sell to whoever you want at any price. You know what I mean? I never try to control people in that sort of sense. Yeah.
You know what I was looking at today? I was, I was looking at as far as, I was looking at mushrooms and stuff and how the mycelium grows and all of that type of neat stuff. But I was thinking about like, I see how they grow it in the petri dishes, the agar and stuff like that. I was thinking about doing it, but I was not grow mushrooms, but just as far as keep the spores going, like have different strains of mushrooms and stuff like that. Just sell the petri dish to people so they can make their own mushrooms, grow their own mushrooms.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's really easy. Like corn syrup, I can basically keep spores basically in the refrigerator with corn syrup, and they would keep producing like that, and you can add some of that to the petri dish, and if you do it right.
That's a really cool idea. I think if you were to do that,
I was thinking about trying to get into that.
I think
I'm into mushrooms.
You're gonna have to sterilize the Seamoss first. I still think it can create a medium on which the other bacteria can grow in it, but you're gonna have to kill it so that all the stuff that's in there already doesn't grow. With you know what I mean? Like it's gonna have to sterilize it big time. I've always been wanting to get into the mushroom production. So I've always found it interesting because you can get like a 10 by 20 foot like space and grow a lot of mushrooms in that space. You know what I mean? Like
you can do it in your backyard.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was growing up, we had a friend that his dad had a shiitake mushroom farm, which was like it was the illest place. Like we used to like go up there up north because it was like an hour outside of the city. So we would go up there, and it was like imagine he had this big like shiitake mushroom farm, but on the farm was this ridiculous party house. And I think what he did was he built the farm so that he could have this party house because it had like tennis courts and like a pool and like jacuzzi. Like so, like we as teenagers would just go up there and party. But he had acres and acres in the forest of these trees that were chopped like this, and they were lined up like triangles one by one. And they had these guns, and they would stick the mycelium fire things in there, and they would inoculate after a year or two or something like that, and then they would just naturally start growing the mushroom. And then they would dehydrate it and then package it and then ship it all over like China and shit. Like he had this huge operation and it was all on that one property. And it was like, you know what I mean? So imagine the house and everything was a party thing. And then in the garage and then the basement, it was like full production where they were like, yeah, it was pretty cool. I learned a lot like watching them like dehydrate, produce, and package mushrooms on like a commercial scale in some basement.
Yeah, that's cool. Like that's real cool.
Yeah.
I'm looking to buy a grow box and stuff too. To just start something. Start it small.
Well, do you guys have where you guys live any natural mushrooms? Like when I was a kid, on the golf course. They'd come in every fall, these little ones, and we dry them up and have a few beer and eat a bunch of them, and all you do is laugh all night. They were gold.
So
we have some that grow here, but it grows like in like the fields where the cows and horses are. Yeah, it grow in places like that. But like me, I don't deal with those. I know how to, but I know a lot of people that do.
I do. I just don't pick it in the wild. I don't trust wild. I'll get a buddy to source it out for me.
Yeah, I'm already silly enough that I laugh at myself.
No.
So I know something like that is gonna like have me overly silly.
But there's a lot of research about it when it comes to anti-anxiety, PTSD, depression, and stuff like that. And so, like, when I say it, I kind of joke around, but really I was taking it for like almost on a self-medication level. I wasn't taking a whole bunch, but me and my buddy, what we would do is once a month or once every 2 months, we would go up to his cottage, and we had this kind of like set routine, and we take just a little bit. It's like what we call microdosing. And so you would go up there, have a few laughs, have a few beers, and like by the next day we wake up and we'd go back in the city, and it would clear your head so much, and like problems you had and things because you would almost work it out at that night. Fuck this, you know what I mean? There's so much power in letting things go. You know what I mean? That people don't really. We hang on to so much fucking racket and stuff, and that really shapes our moods and sometimes even our appearance. If you look at some people that are progressively angry, it shows in their face. You know what I mean? And so you need to let things go so that you last longer in life. So that was one way of doing it.
Yeah, the mushroom market's huge now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's big.
Where do you live at? Where are you from?
I'm in Canada on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
And where are
you? Oh man, I'm all the way in the U.S. I'm in New Orleans. Well, right now I'm in South Carolina, but I'm from Louisiana, New Orleans.
Nice.
The South, so
it's a lot warmer there than it is here. We still got snow on the ground. It's garbage.
Yeah, I haven't ran into snow. Well, I ran into snow this year, but I drive trucks, so I'm like everywhere in the U.S. But this winter I'm staying down south. I try not to go. I don't feel like it's going to blizzard or anything. So.
Yeah, don't blame you. For sure. So do you eat a lot of moss? Do you eat moss as well?
Yeah. I actually have some on a truck in a Ziploc bag. Like some, I clean it like that, and I'll just chew on it raw. Yeah. Seamoss. But I used to be real hard on the Seamoss before I started driving trucks. I used to make like a 32-ounce container of it, and I'll eat that like the same day. I'll eat half of it or eat the whole container in one day.
Wow. Yeah, that's hammering it for sure.
Yeah. But I use it for so much stuff like soap in it. I put it on my skin, my hair. I use it for a lot of stuff. It's real good for my hands too. So.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people are. I'm seeing some of those products now, right? Like the Irish moss, the soaps and stuff. Man, it's gonna be a big industry. Like this whole space, I feel like still just developing, right? Like,
yeah, it is developing. The thing I don't see is the kind that you can find in different places, but the glass solar, you don't see that on like the bigger websites or with the bigger companies like Mountain Rose. They don't carry it. Star Wars Botanicals, they don't carry it. And that's surprising to me because so many people want it, but those particular companies just don't sell it. and I don't really understand it because they sell everything else, all types of different Seamoss like that. So it Seamoss is going to be big, and it's going to really get big in Maine. It's going to get big in like California area because I see what they're starting to do in California and in like Oregon. As far as like the farms that they grow it in the tub at home. I see what they're doing because I see they're already like growing the spirulina and dog. Yeah. Like they grow.
Look like the real thing though. Like I've been picking that my whole life, and I just watched that video or an article about it like 3 or 4 days ago, and I mean the guy holds up this handful of stuff, and it looks more like Irish moss, but they must have the test results there to say it's adults, but it looks nothing like the natural product. But they've sunk so much money into that for like 20 years. The guy, chef who's part owner, full owner of Maine Coast there, they spent millions of dollars trying to farm this stuff.
Yeah.
Very deep.
But the government, as far as they're trying to start giving loans for that. So people that live in certain places, they can get loans for it, to grow it. And that's what I'm starting to see, when I drive to California, when I drive to Oregon and things like that, I'm starting to see like them building certain things. But I know as far as like the Irish moss, the constrictors, that stuff, they're going to start growing that like everywhere. Like they're going to grow that everywhere because they're really already growing it. That was like the first Seamoss they started growing. And like they produce a lot of that in Maine and off of different coasts. But they grow so much stuff in tubs though. And like for me, it's hard to tell. I mean, they grow it in seawater. It's just seawater they pumping and filtering back and forth. But a guy grows some in Texas as well, but his is grown in his garage. Fish tanks and things like that. Yeah, he sells it at like the farmer's market.
Wow. What species?
You can find a guy on YouTube. Huh?
What species?
Like don't sea grapes, different things like that.
He was able to grow sea grapes like that?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And he grows it in his garage area. He sells it, packages, sells it. And a lot of people like to buy the farm raised stuff like that in restaurants because they come the same each time. Because they look for like how it looks. And that's like a problem because it's like, it has to look pretty, it has to look clean. And that's not really good all the time. Because if I want an apple, I'd rather take an apple off a tree than go in the store because I know the store apple isn't going to be sweet. But the one from outside going to look rotten and dirty, but it's the better apple. So,
I've run into that problem this week. I had 2 really small orders for Condris and showed the people pictures, and they were like, "Can you put more stuff in it?" Because I took a lot of time to clean it, right? Because that's how I like to eat it. I like it as clean as possible. You're chewing on the shit. I don't want to eat mussels. I don't want to eat other shit in the leaves.
Yeah.
And
small shrimp.
Or shrimp. I don't want to eat those shrimp. I eat it raw on the beach when I'm picking too. So I do eat some shrimp and baby wrinkles and stuff. I do, but when I'm at home, I want it clean. But these people specifically said, send it with this stuff in it. And I was like, okay, geez.
See, and that's what kind of bothers me because it's almost like the only reason why they want that stuff in it is so that they can sell to people, oh, look, it's authentic because of this. And it's like, if that's your only way of showing that the Seamoss is real, are you serious? Like they didn't want to have video of you actually cutting the thing or cleaning it or any of that. Like What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I would take the photos. At least I'm a cheap guy. At least that, you know what I mean? It's like, how do you say it? I won't have to spend money in extra shipping you. Like, I wouldn't have to get rocks. Like the other day, I see this guy like, oh look, there's a rock in it. That's how you know it's real. It's just like, I'm like, I wonder how many farmers are sitting there in the Caribbean that are like, yeah, man, throw some rocks in it. That way they know it's real. Yeah. Come on, man. We have to do it, man, or else they don't know it's real. You know how these farmers are.
That's too hard to get kind of strips and clean it at home. I'm not doing that. That's too hard. Like,
No.
I want it clean before I get it because I went through that process of cleaning it, and that's hell.
Yeah.
That's hell.
His stuff is clean.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Man, that stuff is hell. Because you have to clean it, and you have to re-dry it, and you have to store it. I'll pay that extra price if it's clean. Because I know some guys that sell it like dirty. It's like sand, dirt, shellfish on it, crustaceans. It's oh man. Like the only thing I don't mind is if they have calcium builds up, that's cool because I feel like that's going to be hard. But I don't feel like dealing with shrimp and no.
People make good money too. Why would you want to spend all that time having to wash something 3 times or 2 times to make a gel? You know, like, oh yeah, you're spending. People pay good money for their seaweed. I think I'd want it as damn fine as I can get it.
Yeah.
Personally. Like you say, some of those guys that get it, they are selling it on to other people, obviously making money, flipping and stuff, and then they need to be able to explain to their customer that this is
and it's only it's only because these guys are trying, like, I don't know. I don't want to bash it. I guess I feel like it's like in their efforts to validate their product, they're going about it in my opinion the wrong way, or just counterproductive methods, where there's different ways that you could show your product that actually show. Because to me, the fact that it's off the rocks, okay, even if the stuff could get the minerals off the rocks, even if the stuff is better, and I'm sure in some environments where the rocks are is the ideal environment, and that's why I don't believe that the rocks actually play an intricate role. It's where the rocks are just happen to be. That's the good areas for that Seamoss, right? But if you're going to do that, it's like it's almost better to get the content and the footage and show the people, like, this is who I'm dealing with. This is the guy, like, you know, you don't have to show where he's located, but, like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm doing this weekend. It's not going to be like I'm going to be on a Condors pit harvesting. It gives rain right now for Friday night, but I'll be going regardless. But later in the season, we get in our boats. You get into some of the more dangerous areas where you like wade out to the water up to your neck and climb up on this boulder, and the whole boulder is in like extreme weather like conditions continuously. So what you're left with is a beautiful head of the product, right? Like just a beautiful plant. Nothing else can grow in between it. You don't have any you don't even have the sea fleas on there. You don't have the barnacles. You don't have anything. It's the only thing that can handle that tidal action. It's the only thing. Everything else gets beat off of it. So that's going to be fun. That's what I'm going to do this summer. Have some cool footage and shit.
Nice. No, I think that's like the key as a farmer like you trying to go out and get new markets. You almost even want to do like a YouTube channel or something like that called like Seamoss Hunter, and use that as a way to direct people to know about you, and then also use that for ways that people to organically find you.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Try as many avenues as possible to get a following, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I followed like 50 people on Instagram, like created an account 2 days ago, and I've got like 7 followers back. And I'm like, well, this could be a slow boat, but it'll take time. Every time you get a new customer and stuff, they'll follow you.
Don't worry about the numbers though. You know what I mean? Because I've seen people that have 30,000 followers and none of them engage and interact with them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I'd rather have 100 like hardcore, diehard, loyal followers than 5,000 randoms.
Right. Definitely agree there.
Yeah. It's the because you got to look at what you're using this for, right? You're not trying to be someone that's going to take this and leverage this to get something else. That's the only reason why you need high numbers. Otherwise, engagement is the number one factor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I get disappointed when I only see 5 people. Like, I need to get more of my engagement. You know what I mean? I appreciate those 5 people that come and watch it. Thank you so much. You know what I mean? But it excites me because I know that like these are the ones that are serious about learning, and you know they want to take that business to the next level. Because the more knowledge you have about this product, the more power you're going to have in the business. You know what I mean? Even for you, Roy, like for you to know like more about just Seamoss in general and the different algae, even the ones that you don't sell, it can help you when you come and talk to people and you try to differentiate your product from someone else's, you know.
Oh, 100%, man. Knowledge is power for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I utilize. You know what I mean? I looked at the market and said, okay, a lot of people are not studying the actual knowledge of this. I'm going to do what I can and learn as much as I can and surround myself with people that want the same knowledge, so that you know what I mean. I can put myself in that position where I can tell you anything I want and you'll believe it. I'm kidding.
What all type of seaweed do you sell?
Let me go through there's quite a few different things there. There's Dalts, Chondrus crispus, Nori. The Nori is a tough one. Like I only get like 1 month where when I'm harvesting that, it's not covered in the barnacles. So I get like 1 good month of like pure jet black, nice Nori. Then sea lettuce, the green sea lettuce, kelp, alaria, kombu. Trying to think if I missed any there. I think that's about it.
Like Nori is kind of hard for me to find. As far as from like somebody like Formula, somebody diving for it. With Nori, I use that a lot for flavor and broth, or when I'm making like a mock tuna, I put that in for like fish flavor. I do a lot of cooking and stuff at home. But yeah, if you have any thoughts, I'll definitely look you up when I'm ready to buy them. You know
what? Something like I'm always learning here too. We realize like me and some of my friends where we live, like we realize that everybody on our island in the provinces near where I live, everybody wants their dulse super crispy. And that's like really fresh. But then for like the last 20 years, all the dulse that goes to Maine and all through the states, it's all soft and chewy. It's what we call slack. Like that's not how many of us eat it around here. But yeah, that's how the market's developed, right? And it's very easy for us to do that. All we have to do is let the dulse sit around and it becomes soft. And that's what it is. That it is our dulse. Like Maine Coast buys all their dulse from us. Like other than I'd say 15 to maybe 20% is in Maine, but we produce like 150,000, 200,000 pounds adults a season.
Okay.
But
Yeah, like I like the crispy. I like my dogs like. I don't want it Jewish.
no, fuck. I would like that one. Yeah, what's your name again? Yusuf. Yeah, well, I don't have you on my Facebook, but when adult season's like fully operational, like which is June, we've got a different type of adult season starting next month. There's two different types of adults in the world. The front of the island adults is what's used in all the flakes you ever see. All the companies you see that sell Dulce flakes is made from a different type of Dulce, and then the premium Dulce is on the back of the island with these massive cliffs, and the cliffs protect it from getting too much sun, and the Dulce has evolved to be like thinner, sweeter, darker products. Totally different type of Dulce. You can see it personally.
Oh, okay.
So that's the stuff you want to eat in whole leaf form, and I'll hook you up for sure.
All right.
I never.
This is like one of my favorite dogs. You know, you really can eat it raw, like just raw. You know, it's just enough. I don't want to say fish flavor or sea flavor because I guess everything tastes like seaweed, but it has like a really good light taste to it. You know, I like that particular seaweed the most, especially when it comes down to cooking and broth and things.
I've got a friend in another group who's got like, I think it's called Following the Tides or something, and he's probably the administrator there. He's from over in Denmark, and he's got all kinds of recipes. If you like to cook with seaweed, like he's got lots of information there. You want to check it out sometime.
And it's called Following the Tides, you think?
I think so. Let me check. I got my desktop behind my phone here.
I'm sure it's something around that. You'd probably find it.
You ain't got to be nice not like that, man.
Well, you don't like ice cream?
No, yeah, I like ice cream, man, but I'm just saying, I'm hungry.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. I mean, you can get ice cream if you're hungry. I'm hungry. I got some ice cream.
Yeah, that Seamoss is the thing that makes the ice cream creamy and it doesn't ice up. Yeah, that's what Seamoss is.
There's Seamoss probably in there. I'll have to check the ingredients. Actually,
instead of using egg, you can use the Seamoss.
Let's see.
Yeah, that was the whole what got the industry booming back in the 80s around here was the carrageenan extract out of the chondrus they were making. Yeah, ice cream and beauty products, all kinds of stuff.
Aren't there a couple people in St. Lucia making ice cream? Seamoss?
Yeah, I think there's a few.
For real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey guys. Sorry, I forgot your name again. You're from Bull City, Seamoss, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm from North Carolina. Oh man, that's why I'm headed, man. I'm headed to Charlotte, North Carolina tomorrow morning. That's a couple hours away from me.
Cool. Well, it doesn't have anything that would resemble soy. No, I mean not soy. Seamoss. Yeah. It's a vanilla and chocolate ice cream, which is cream, concentrated skim milk, sugar, liquid egg yolk, unsweetened cocoa, vanilla extract, and then some garbage my wife got me.
I mean, it is Arkansas, so yeah.
I know, I love it. I love it. No, I joke when I say that. I listen. I appreciate it. She got it. I say it's garbage. It's like It's not good for me.
If you type in ice cream carrageenan, it says why it's in your ice cream. Food grade carrageenan is an additive derived from red seaweed, generally recognized as safe by the FDA. Foods like ice cream, it thickens, binds, and stabilizes the ingredients. It's also used in the breweries too. People making beer and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Yeah. The in St. Lucia, the liquor company buys Seamoss from some certain farmers.
I mean, what is used for in the beer?
I don't know.
It's that thickening, the thickening agent, I guess. I don't know, but then you get beer.
I guess it makes it smooth. I guess it gives it that smooth feel.
Who knows? But I know they do that. Plus, they have a company there that makes Seamoss drinks. It's called like Fruitsies. But I don't know. A lot of people don't like the drinks. I don't know. I haven't tried them, so I shouldn't talk shit about them.
Is there a big, what would you say, like seaweed following in the Carolinas? Because I've met a couple of other people from there too that are really into following stuff.
I think it depends on where you are and kind of who you're around. The area that I'm in, you can go to the Target and there are people selling Seamoss gel out of their trunk. Like all the health food stores have it.
Wow.
It's pretty popular around here.
Wow.
I need to start advertising in that area then. I'm dead serious. I've been thinking a lot about that. Pinpointing cities where there's a high concentration of people that are buying that product. Because right now I'm just advertising across North America and I'm thinking, okay, like how many cities am I advertising to that have no interest in Seamoss whatsoever? You know? If I focused it on the right cities, you know, would that be more beneficial to my business? We don't know.
One of my biggest customers is out in the DC area,
Mm-hmm.
and he says out there they have like Seamoss stores, and what they do is soak the Seamoss, and they have it displayed on like refrigerator counters, and you can buy like a $5 bag, a $50 bag, or anything, and it's already rehydrated.
Wow.
So they're selling you a lot of. I mean, it's going to be obviously heavier since it's rehydrated.
Oh yeah.
So I'm sure that's a massive come up for those guys.
Do you sell Congress Crispus?
So on my website, I sell Brasileira from Jamaica. I sell Congress from Canada and from Peru, and I sell St. Lucia Seamoss. So I kind of have a lot of different types. The funny thing is, lately capsules are the hot item. I make capsules. I spend a lot of time making capsules now.
Okay.
So from which one? Which one you're making capsules out of? I call it the trifecta. It's a mixture of all of them. It's purple Euchemia from Zanzibar. Then I have the full spectrum from St. Lucia, and I add in both the blonde and the purple Congress and grind them all together.
Wow.
That's a good idea. Covering all the bases there. Should we get lost into it?
Yeah, that ends all arguments right there. Like, yeah, I don't give a. It's like, well, you know, Congress is the best. It's like, well, I got that. Well, no, Congress is the best. Well, I got that.
Congress was the one that I first started on. Both of them are good. One is just, I know if you're trying to lose weight, go with the Solari. If you're trying to gain weight, put on muscle, go with the Congress. One is anabolic, one is catabolic. So it's both of them are good. It's just you have to know how to use them. Because like I was hard on the Congress Christmas, and I was just taking like a spoonful of the powder and putting it in my mouth. Nasty stuff I've never taken. But it's nasty and everything. You might as well take it raw. Don't put it in smoothie. Just take it.
I'm gonna show you a bag of stuff just to see if you see. Right back.
Well, that's how I was taking the condoms just raw, because I'm like, man, it's too nasty to put in. Too nasty to put in smoothies. Too nasty to put in drinks. That stuff is a salad, though. If you rehydrate and put it in salad or soup, right? But yeah, like you have to know how to prepare it too, because sometimes it's like chewy. Now I eat the glacholari in salad. I soak it in lime and lemon juice, and I put like onion, garlic, and bell stuff in it and let it soak. I use a lot of juice so it gets soaked and gets soft.
This is Julien, you're never going to invite me on. All I do is just keep showing Moss.
No, it's okay. That's the whole point that you're here.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get like.
That looks pretty. Look at that.
It's really clean. So I mean I literally, when I screened this in my greenhouse, I picked out a few of the pieces of bicarbonate. This was from like, I guess I picked it last week, and that was it. You screened it, and if there was a couple shrimp, they fell out, and a couple wrinkles, and then there's none of the sand and mud that you sometimes see in the other Conch Crispus. Because a lot of people don't realize the different types of beds on the beach. There's some beds that are marshy beaches, and that stuff is nasty, you know. Nobody should even be harvesting that stuff and selling it. And it kind of bothers me because, like, I want this market to continue to grow and stuff. And if somebody's just coming into seaweed and they order a pound of that, they're fucking done. They're not coming back to try somebody else's product, right?
Mm-hmm. And not only that, they go and spread it to all their new friends who are thinking about it's like the soap thing, you know what I mean? And she sold 2 friends, and she told 2 friends, and so on, and so, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta be careful about the product you're putting out there.
Yeah, so it's really important that, like, as a community, like, as sea vegetables continue to grow, like, nobody wants to see bad product on the market. That's what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah.
It hurts everybody.
Facts.
I noticed a lot of people that sell Seamoss, like the ones who sell like gel and, you know, just the different types of Seamoss. They don't take the seaweed, like they don't take the dulse, the conches, they don't make it out of powder, because like a lot of people take the dulse and they use it for seasoning. So I don't understand why people don't make their own seasoning with it, because you can make a lot of money with seasoning. Like if you know how to make and blend up seasoning, you can make a lot of money with seaweed. And that's something that I learned how to do from a chef I used to work with. He showed me how to ground up my own seeds and then take the stuff and dry it out and make different types of seasonings, which I don't do that. I don't know why I don't do it. But y'all can really make a lot of money on that too if you take the dulse and the different types of seaweed, and you can make seasonings with. You can even, you know, dry out stuff like what is it? I don't like these vegetables. They're real nasty. The slimy vegetables, what are they called? Okra. You can take okra, dry it out. You can smoke them. You can make seasoning with that. You can mix the dulse with that as well. Like, and it has a good flavor. You know, and you can use it for soup. It'll thicken up the soup too. So that is, you know, you can make seasoning with all types of different seasonings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
That would probably be really good for especially people that are very plant-based and they need a way to season their sort of proteins or whatever they have. You know what I mean? Like a more plant-based or more organic style seasoning. That's a cool idea.
One of the companies is from over in Europe, and they're a real powerhouse company, and they're doing exactly what you say, like food seasonings. Like they want flakes, and it's all going into seasonings. So you're right on the money there. That'd be a good place to do stuff for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I always think. I mean, I'm still still in like the work of doing. I want to do a lot of stuff. Like I want to overwhelm myself too, but that's something I want to do seasoning because I used to cook so much, and I have my own seasoning blend that I always did in each restaurant I go to. I bring my own seasoning. And when I leave, I take my seasoning as well, so they don't know how to make. So that, I used to always do that, and I used to show people how, as far as like, seasoning, but when I used to go to certain places, like I bring my own marinade, my own season, my own flavor. And when I leave, they can't produce it anymore, so they can't sell the same stuff they sell. So right. I started looking at that, and I was like, well, you know what, I'm going to start making my own seasoning and sell it to the companies I used to work for and talk to all of the chefs I know and let them order seasoning from me. Because New Orleans is a place, we deal with a lot of food. We use all spices from all over the world. So New Orleans is like, they love different flavors and food. That's all they do in New Orleans. Yeah,
Well, if you get into your mushroom thing, those are good to add seasoning as well.
Yeah, for the umami, they had natural umami and natural, what is it? The stuff that they say the agents put in the rice, the MSG.
Mm-hmm.
It has like natural MSG and stuff.
What has natural MSG in it? The mushrooms?
Like the mushrooms, yeah, like umami and it makes stuff taste different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people don't like MSG. I mean, I guess it's bad for you. I guess how they get it, whatever the stuff is made in the store, but that stuff does make stuff taste good. I don't know what it is. It may be bad for you. I mean, if you can get it natural, do that. But I always have some type of like umami or some type of something that's similar to like MSG in my house.
Yeah, a lot of it is naturally occurring.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at the comments here. I want to say a shout out to Mama Sita. I don't know if you guys can see these comments, but she's been someone that I've known for quite a while in the Seamoss business. And you want to talk about like a strong female, like hustler. I have a lot of respect for this lady and the efforts that she goes to start her business and stuff like that. Congratulations on you doing the Seamoss soaps, going to soap school. I really hope you do well in it, and that you got to show me the stuff you're working. Like I've watched her learn, how to do capsules on her own, how to sell the Seamoss on her own, how to like, you know what I mean? What was it? She got into the Seamoss flavors. Like this girl's willing to try anything and just push it out there and puts her a whole. She's just got a good energy, good person. So shout out to you.
If you do all that stuff and figure all those things out by yourself, usually you're going to go somewhere with it for sure. So
yeah, it's just really where you want to go and how
Yeah.
Look at, she said, you'd be surprised how many people are making soap wrong and aren't even certified. I agree. I'm sure there's even people that are like making the soap fast and not giving it a chance to like, because when you're doing, like I've learned, I'm not a say cold press expert, but from what I've learned doing the soaps, you got to wait for it to sort of rest for a bit and act and let the lye sort of off gas or get out of the soap. Otherwise, the pH in it is going to be wrong and it's going to fuck up your skin. And so, like, you could burn yourself and stuff like that, And so, yeah, and people don't know the right formulas on how to, put how much lye into the soap and da 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 da. So, I guess my point is, it's good that you're learning how to do that and figuring that out because it's, there's not enough people making soaps. Seamoss soap's great. I use it myself all the time. My daughter made some.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it from Maria. So.
What were you
That's
saying?
actually one of the things I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
When you guys were talking about the Seamoss market and how much potential it has for growth. So before I started Seamoss, I was into soap, and my BCSW stands for Bull City Soapworks. That was my first business. But I found a lot of the same conversations that we're having here about back and forth with wild crafted versus farm raised. This is literally exactly what happens in the soap space because it's the melt and pour versus the cold process. And so many people don't know, like you were saying, the proper way to make it. And they're out here producing bad products. And it makes it bad for everyone in the space. Yeah. And it's kind of like a parallel between the two markets, really, when you think about it, because the growth potential is massive in the soap market, and eventually some of the big guys stepped in, like the Lush, Procter Gamble, all those people started making their like artisan or homemade soaps, and I feel like this is exactly where the Seamoss market is headed. It's almost exactly the same thing, just in a 20-year difference or 10-year difference.
I agree.
I agree with that. Yeah. It's just we're living in the moment. Like, and I mean, maybe I was just busy picking the last few years, so I wasn't able to watch what was going on online with prices and stuff. But so you guys could speak more to that. But it's definitely going somewhere big. But like you say, we've got to keep the junk product out of new consumers' hands for this to make that next jump to like super mainstream. I think. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Well, in the soap space, the FDA hasn't really stepped in and done anything about it. Like, there are some people who have made massively wild claims about curing cancer, blah, 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 like all these things like that. And they've gotten fined or like cease and desist letters. And I think that's probably at some point where the Seamoss will be, where people are selling stuff that's expired or that's going to expire. Eventually it will catch up to them, but it just hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
So you're making Seamoss soaps too, right? With your products? Are you using?
I learned to use powder. I started out using Seamoss gel, and I've learned over time that the powder produces a better, more stable product because otherwise it gets spongy. Like, I made a bunch with the Seamoss gel, and over time those soaps lost. They went from 5-ounce soaps to like maybe 2.5.
Oh wow!
And they're spongy. Dang. So I feel like I've tried now with the powder, and it comes out way better.
You should try some of the Seamoss salt with it, like using that as.
I started saving it. I heard you talking about that recently. I started saving that.
Yeah, I would save it and use that as like a bottom and like one end like a scrub, like an exfoliant or something like that. Well, that's what my daughter did, and what we found was that in the salt there's little microscopic pieces of sand or silica, and so. You know what I mean? When you mix the salt in with that soap and stuff, it kind of gets a little bit of like almost like a pumice kind of stone scrub, and it doesn't just wash off immediately. It lasts a little bit, you know.
Yeah. And the salt also makes your soap bars way harder. So they like last longer with the salt.
That's a good idea too. You add this salt, you mix it right into the actual mixture.
Into the water.
Yeah. Yeah, you make it like a salty water.
It gives off like a silky feel to it too.
Yeah, man. And so, how many bars do you have? Like a strong line of Seamoss soaps, or do you have other soaps besides? Talk about your. Have you talked about your soap business? You haven't really talked about your soap business.
I haven't really. So, ironically, I started doing soap in 2014. Opened my soap store. We had sales here and there. It hasn't been a massive thing. During COVID, I had more time because I'm a chef full time. So during COVID, I got not really laid off, but less work.
More time available.
I got time to like learn more about different things. I took a lot of online courses and stuff like that, and I ended up getting more into Seamoss. that to my second store,
Mm-hmm.
and it took off like way more sales than I ever expected.
Mm-hmm.
So the Seamoss soaps, or the soaps, have kind of been in the background. Seamoss has taken so much of my time now, and I do have a full-time job, so I haven't really been focusing a lot on soaps.
Mm-hmm.
But since I've been adding the Seamoss soaps in, it has made a difference.
Cool. Yeah, I've always been curious to
have,
see how strong the Seamoss soap market is.
I have an Etsy store, and mostly I've been selling Seamoss on there.
Mm-hmm.
My wife has a salon, and we sell soap out of there all the time. Like, it's popular there. It just doesn't sell online because you sell it for soap for $6, and you have to pay $4 shipping. So a lot of people aren't into buying it online because of that reason.
Mm-hmm. Are you using any kind of service to reduce the shipping costs?
That's with Pirate Ship.
Yeah.
And that's the cheapest I've found.
Yeah, the cheapest Pirate
Ship. Better if people buy in bulk, because then I can ship it in a bulk packaging with flat rate.
Mm-hmm.
So you do bulk soaps? I actually introduced a package of triple pack, so you get 3 soaps for like $26, and it's free shipping. So that way I pay a flat rate for shipping instead of $4 per soap, like household.
Smart. Like, really smart. That's the thing. A lot of people aren't utilizing to sort of like, not like just kind of like better serve the customer in a way, because like a lot of these guys want free shipping, so it's like, okay, this is what you can do for free shipping. Like, that's what I did recently with our site. We had to adjust the prices so that we can now, at a certain level, just over $100, you can do free shipping, and anywhere in North America. And before, for the lower price shipping, everybody was buying this shipping option that didn't come with a tracking number. So now we're eliminating that, and we're basically like the same price that you pay for the one without tracking number. We're just going to make it so you get a tracking number, and so solve that problem. And basically you're serving the needs of your clients better, and you're making more money that way. You know what I mean? You're solving the problem, win-win. Yeah.
So I will talk about shipping from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
It's like hella expensive. I buy seaweed from several places. I buy it from Africa, from Peru, from St. Lucia. And I literally just placed an order for, like, I'm going to say my shipping cost was double the cost of the actual moss.
Wow.
So it's like crazy right now.
Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, because oh my gosh, dude, you're just giving me an anxiety attack, because I'm realizing the gas just went up as much as it did, and like we're about to like go ship a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just like, oh man, like what? $350
for 50 gallons. I had to fill an 18-wheeler. I ain't making no money. Not even a day, probably 300 miles.
Oh man.
And I'm done. 300 miles. 5 hours and all my gas is gone. That's why I'm trying to get out of the industry, bro, because they about to turn everything over. They about to make all these trucks
autonomous.
Yeah, and I keep telling people that they're not listening to me. I'm like, bro, you're already out here. I see them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
they just have guys behind the wheel now. They have
they're not behind the wheel. They're in the passenger seat. Well, they got 2 steering wheels, one on the driver's side and one in the passenger seat. And but I'll be in the back sleeping. I'm like, I ain't about to do nothing.
And that's
more productive.
That's good.
You still have to pay a guy to sit in the truck. How does that make sense? No, because you pay him less. Because all that person has to do is get out and pump the gas. So as soon as they find a way to make it where he don't have to pump the gas, then he's out of there.
Electric, solar.
The only thing he may have to do is back up. And then now they have cameras on the mirrors. They have cameras in front. They have cameras on back of the trailer. So after a while, the driver, he don't need to back up either. So soon as all the trucks get electric, all it's going to do is trucks driving all day, every day, without people in them. And that's where the market is going. It's like even inside of the warehouses, you have machines that's loading the trucks now. So when I go to a warehouse backup, it only should take 30 to 15 minutes to load because the machines do it. Machines don't have to count. All they do is load it. That's the difference. They load it. That's it. And, that's what people protesting about. A lot of people protesting about that. A lot of truckers are protesting and things like that. So, it's about to go there. The cars, too. Next few years, our grandkids not going to be driving their cars. You're going to have Uber. Now you have to pay just like a bus. That's where the market is going with cars, too.
A lot of industries are going to do that, man. The automation is coming. Like I keep telling myself, I'm safe for a few years. I'd love to see a robot come down on the beach on these slippery rocks and climb boulders. Still running against the clock,
Yeah.
Get there.
No, they'll do it by like drone. The drone will fly in and fucking.
Boston Dynamics is the company that people have to watch. Boston Dynamics and Honda. The things that they make is scary. Things they make is scary.
Those dogs.
And people think that's a fake video with the robot dancing. I'm telling you, that thing can dance. It can flip. That thing is scary looking.
Yeah.
And that's a company I wanted to invest in a long time ago, but I never had that type of money.
Yeah, it's been a good one.
Those guys are crazy. They had that dog on what is it, Black Mirror? That crazy.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Black Mirror was talking about a lot of stuff too. A lot of stuff that's going on now.
Yeah. They saw it coming down the pipeline.
Yeah.
Crazy. What a crazy world.
I'm keep telling myself I'm gonna get into the Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I keep telling myself, like, I don't know, should I get into it? Should I sell it? Because nobody was really consuming Seamoss in New Orleans, and I used to always tell people about it. And the person that made it popular, like the last 2 years or 3 years, is this producer rapper Lil Jon, I think that's his name. He was like doing like a concert or like this battle thing, him and this other rapper, and he was talking about Seamoss. Now everybody started wanting to buy it, and people was calling me like, "Oh man, you got Seamoss?" I'm like, "Yeah, y'all know that's the same stuff I've been telling y'all about." Like, one person said it, everybody everybody accepted it.
That's it.
So
that's society.
Yeah, I should have hopped on it and started selling it, but I just usually give it away for free, Seamoss and stuff like that.
Well, you gotta ask yourself why you want to sell it. You know what I mean, and then how you want to sell it, and then if it makes sense doing it that way.
My own product. I'm trying to get high on my own product, man. If I sell it.
Yeah,
get out. Well, like, that's my thing. If I sell something, it's because I like it and I use it. So that's what I want to do. That's the same thing with cooking. The same thing with the seasoning. The same thing I was telling you about with the coffee. I want to do. So there's a lot of things that I like. I only want to go into business with things I like. Like I would never go into the trucking business because I hate it now. I'm definitely going to get into the Seamoss. I'm definitely going to do that.
I think
I'm just waiting.
I think you should not only get into the Seamoss, but just like all the health stuff, because you have a whole knowledge of these different herbs and stuff like that, and just be able to offer that,
Yeah, I mean, I make my own tinctures sometimes. Too,
yeah.
But my tinctures is for one thing.
Listen, a lot of guys want that.
One thing only.
Guys want that, though.
I have a whole gallon in the refrigerator.
Oh, wow. Have you tried the blob one day yet?
Are you sharing that?
Yeah, I made it made it, I mixed it with a few other herbs.
And works
And
good.
it worked. Yeah, it worked. You'd be surprised.
The Bob one day is, dude, it's the bomb. I'm telling you, I love that shit. What I'm talking about, I know Bull City's like, what? So there's this tree in St. Lucia called Bois Bonday. It's spelled Bois and then space Bandae. And what it translates in Creole is hardwood. And so it's a bark on a root or whatever, but I think mostly the bark. And they take it and they boil it. I think actually I have some sitting around here.
Yeah, that stuff actually is good. You know, I mix it with a few things too. Cane root, I mix it with maca root as well, and suna root. Yes, and that early too. That promotes Seamoss.
I'll get some fresh ones here.
NLD chopper.
So this is it. And I got to figure out the weight that I'm going to start selling more of this. Because in the beginning I got a bunch of it, but I gave it to people to try, but I was scared to try it because the stories I've heard about this stuff, it's like legendary. And so the fear the fear was how much do you take? Like I was afraid I'd take too much or not enough. But now that I've kind of tried the product and I understand a little bit like the dosage and how it works and stuff, I can do that. But I even know someone that might be coming out with something like this, but in a powder form. And so I'm curious to see how the powder is going to work.
What's that called, Julien?
Bois Bonday. And so it's basically like a natural Viagra. You take this stick, you boil it in the tea for maybe about 20, 30 minutes. The water will start turning a little bit like a white, light yellowish brown. And then you let it simmer for a bit. I'll add, for me, I'll add sweet bay leaves and stuff to it. And then it'll turn into this like deep reddish sort of tea. And then you drink it, and you try not to drink too much at one time, but like a cup or two will have it, like it will stay in your system for maybe about 3 or 4 days. And so what happens is it's not automatic, but once you start thinking about something sexual, it kicks in like, you know what I mean? And so you have to be careful when you're out that your mind doesn't wander. Yeah, because you have a problem standing straight. Couple times I had to walk like this.
That leads me to this old story. I don't know. Hell, we can get off topic.
That's okay. Yeah, tell me the story. Tell us the story. That's what it's about.
My ex-wife is Chinese, so I was over in China,
Yeah.
the southernmost part of China is this island, Hainan.
Mm-hmm.
And the first day I got there, I get in the apartment, and there's this bunch of these jars on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what in the hell is going on in these jars? They're looking really nasty. There's a tiger cock chopped off, fermenting in the jar. And I'm like, what do you got this? What's that doing there? And they're like, you got to drink that to make babies.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, not happening.
Oh my God.
But anyway, that leads me into another thing is we've got to get the Chinese community on board. Like I don't know if they consume moss or think about it.
Huge.
They do? They're on it?
Massive.
Okay.
And in fact,
they call it seed. They call it what they call it is like bird nest of the sea.
Yeah.
They call it Seamoss. It looked like a bird nest how they sell it.
Or phoenix nest.
They make soups and stuff for it.
Yeah.
Or they call it seagrass. They call it seagrass too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of seaweed consumption in the Asian countries, and a lot of the production for the industrial seaweed, like the agar and the carrageenan, is all coming from the Asian countries, like Indonesia, Taiwan,
Yeah,
Philippines,
they have the biggest farm.
yeah, Vietnam, all those places. They have the massive areas, and these guys do it in huge, huge, like megaton quantities, where they're using trucks to like load the stuff up, and they're probably like like when they dry it out in the sun, it's like dried on a football field or something ridiculous. Like these guys are exporting like a lot of sea moss at one time, and like that's what people don't realize when they think the sea moss is pool grown. It's not sea moss that's pool grown. It's sea moss that was like produced at such a commercial level that it doesn't have the same love and care and attention as the sea moss that you would get on, like, say, from Africa or St. Lucia, where the guys were doing it all by hand, and they're not using a truck or any kind of mechanical means, like or even for you, Roy, where you're doing it by hands, like that. There's a difference in the love and care when you clean that, as opposed to some mechanical machine that's cleaning the sea moss 1,000 pounds at a time.
Yeah.
You're gonna have way more love and care and than this other stuff, and that speaks in the quality, and it really should speak in the price. And people need to understand. That's why I always say to them, like, know where you're getting your product and what you're getting, because then you can really understand the price that you're paying. You know what I mean? If this stuff's made by hand and someone had the work to do it, then this thing's like handcrafted, right? But if this is something that's like, what I mean, mass produced in huge areas, and this guy's selling, 60,000 tons a month, then it's commercial. You know what I mean? And that's not the same quality. That's not fake CMOS. Like, in my opinion, the mere definition of fake cannot apply to CMOS. You cannot make fake CMOS. It's either CMOS or it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's not CMOS then. Like, how do you make fake CMOS?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Maybe if you took soy or something and made it resemble and taste like CMOS, yeah, that's fake CMOS. But all this stuff is it's just CMOS that wasn't dehydrated. There's two levels. There's 10% and 35%. And the stuff that everybody sees that they say is fake, that's the one that's dried to 35%. And then what happens is that that's not good value. Like, of course, it's going to be $1 a pound or 99 cents a pound. It weighs 3 times, 4 times more than what the dried sea moss that we sell for. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
It has a totally different thing too.
yeah. Well, it's because of all that moisture and the way it's handled. It's not put with that love and care.
It grows like mold and bacteria on it as well.
Mm-hmm. So Don
That's
Seamoss
why it smell the way it smells.
says, "Can't you make sea moss in a fish tank?" I don't know. I don't really think so. I mean, the idea is there. I'm actually doing an experiment right now where I've taken sea salt and added it to a fish tank, and I'm like circulating the water, and some of the sea moss is in there. So I'm looking to see if it ends up growing, right? But I think that there's a lot more to it than just putting it in a fish tank and letting it grow. And at the same time, why do that when the ocean is free?
So there's a picture from my lab in Brazil.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at it right now. I have my computer open in front of me. So it shows a probably 125-gallon tank filled with Capophycus
Alvarez.
alvarezi. So I guess it is able to be produced unless they put it in there for display. But it's like multicolored. It's orange, red, green, pink, multicolored sea moss. It's the really thick one that they call elkhorn.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the couple ficus Alvarez. That's actually the new name for Eukinema cotton teeny. Yeah, that's what I love. So. Which they're all like the similar and same. Like, it's so hard to like differentiate and tell the like one, even with the Garcilaria, unless you're looking at something like spaghetti moss or something like that from Jamaica, or they have the similar in Honduras. Those are certain Garcilarias where you can look and say, okay, that's Garcilaria with the long thin strands, and it's wavy and it's kind of like all this and that. But in like St. Lucia, that stuff mimics more, like the Garcilaria mimics more like the Eukinema. and it's only really you can tell because one's really bushy. It's sort of like all kind of like compact, and the other one's kind of like stringy and all over the place.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were selling at first. I thought you were selling the other one at first.
The Garcellaria?
Yeah, I thought you had the other one.
Are you kidding me?
The one you mentioned.
It's a mixture of both. Listen, I've watched the guy take both strains, put them close together, and they blend into each other. Do you know what I mean? So they're like, it's really hard to kind of differentiate the species because they're so much identical to each other, and that even the appearance will change with the different water conditions. And here's the thing too, I think that could have even been two different species, and it could have been the same thing, just looking differently because of the water conditions and its stage of growth. Like, there's so much stuff we don't know about Seamoss. Like, everybody kind of acts like this, like we take a stamp and and that's Seamoss. No, man. Like, there's so much that affects the control and the appearance and the look and the quality. And it's not even just the environment. The environment, one, is key, right? Like the water conditions and stuff like that. But then it's also the people that are farming it and who are handling that product. Like, Roy, I'm sure you have, and you don't want to speak negatively of other guys, but I'm sure, generally there are people out there in the industry that are not taking the same sort of methods that you think should be taken to ensure a quality product. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah. And so.
And I see these products, these Chondrus crispus show up for sale, and somebody's like, "Well, it's like super pink or super purple." I'm like, "No, buddy left it on the ground and it got rained on outdoors and then dropped."
It's so funny because I know that shit too. Yeah.
And I mean, like I said, I sold the Mancos for a long time, and there were some of us that were putting extra 5 hours into our product, making sure it was perfect, getting it perfectly dry, everything else, And then somebody would come in the door behind you, and then their products weighs 50% more. It didn't get dry for the same day, so they make more money than you, and they put a shittier product through, and then eventually you just say, "I'm not doing this."
Mm-hmm.
No, you make less doing the job the proper way. So that's kind of like not just saying, like, they've got lots of good pickers too. I shouldn't say that in case they're watching and I still have to sell some.
No, but in some ways they hear it in some ways. And this is remember earlier when I was telling you about the dependency about the job? Mary, and I said this is what's fucked up with society. That's an example right there. The fact that you can't turn around and tell these people, look, you're putting out a shitty product, and you're worried about what your future relationship is. Rightly so, right?
Yeah. I want to correct one thing there first. With that's going through a middleman, then to them, and then they do. On Manco's side, they've got good quality controls and standards and all that. They've got to deal with that mess, but they would, do it in a way that their end product is still good.
Mm-hmm.
But just saying, like, that process through the middleman to them, I was like, that's,
yeah.
It continues. Just want to verify that.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, dude, all I can say is it happens in a lot of these. I see it happening similarly in St. Lucia, where different guys are complaining to me about being favoritism over other farmers, and these guys aren't putting in the same work or time that these guys are, and stuff like that. And I don't know, my view is kind of like, you know what, just stick to your guns, do what you do. If you feel like it's not right to sell these guys and you can do it on your own, do it. You know what I mean? Know the work that's involved in doing it, because it's not the same as just selling your product to one person. But if you're willing to put that time and effort in it, you should be rewarded with that extra pay. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? and then just put it, and then stand on your own 2 feet, and hopefully people. See, it all comes down to the market. You know what I mean? If enough people like you stand up and say this is the way the product should be, then eventually you'll get to the tipping point. You know what I mean? Where, like, I'm watching it now. Sorry, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was gonna exactly what you said. Like, if enough people do that, then that becomes the standard in the market, and that person's going to get more business, or else you're going to fix your ways.
Exactly. Like
one of two things there.
Yeah, like what I've seen in the last 2 months, which I think is like insane, is the amount of requests that I'm getting for phytosanitary certificates. Like 6 months ago, no one knew what the fuck these things were. You know what I mean? But all of a sudden, a couple people got them, and they got and I could see when they were doing the advertising, like, oh, you know, if the real sellers have one of these.
Yeah, they did.
And so now it's like, hey, can I get one of those? It's like, oh yeah, fuck, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I got a stack of them sitting on my desk, but whatever. They meant nothing months ago. You know.
Like, I mean, there's got to be people checking and making sure the jobs are done right. But when I look at the USDA and a lot of these other bodies, man, they come check your ground like twice, and then nobody's around the rest of the season. I mean, for me, like, where I've sold to Maine Coast, they test the products. They've never told us to stop harvesting in 10 years. So there's never been any issues on our island. But what else was I going to say there? Sorry, my 2 drinks are starting to kick in.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. That's what this show's all about, man. We just set loose and enjoy I do. The amount of times I get on a train of thought and then I lose it, and then I'm like, what was I talking about again? It's like, Yusuf knows. I do it all the time.
But a lot of people do want that paperwork, you know.
Yeah.
And that's only, to me, you only really need that if you're trying to sell to like a real certified herbalist. He's gonna look for that, or she's gonna look for that because they need it in order to sell their products. How they sell their products is they're making certain type of products. But other than that, it's like, why you need that? You get it from your cousin in Jamaica and he just go get it out the water. So,
but yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but at the same time, it's like I almost feel like saying, like, did you not look at my Instagram? Like, did you not look at the website? Did you not look at any of the content, the hours and hours of content? Like, you've looked at this and you still think you need a certificate?
I have people asking me for it now because they say their customers ask.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Girl I deal with, she says all her customers ask for it. And make it authentic.
Makes it authentic. Where I dry the adults is an organic. It's my father's organic apple orchard, like from 10 years ago. So there's been he has organic certification, but the rest of it, it's like $4,000. You know, it's another $4,000 or $4,500 expense, and we already follow all the protocols. I mean, I don't. Then it came out like we all have to use these new types of sacks to carry the product in, and those sacks, we had the same ones for 40 years, and now these new ones, they almost shed like the little hairs off the sacks into the product, and I'm like, oh my god,
yeah.
What are these guys in charge up there, right?
They're like, no, this is biodegradable.
Some people have to have in their jail.
Oh god.
Sometimes you see the little, it be fine stuff in the jail.
Yeah, no.
I still got some of the old sacks. Still good.
I've always said you can tell when someone's got a new job or something in a company because they'll get all of a sudden get this like new design, new name. It's like it's something about people coming into the new space. It's like they have to change all this stuff to make it look like they're doing their job.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot because I mean, there does have to be some stuff done, but they always go overboard with it, you know.
Yeah, you need quality control, but you know,
they need somebody who knows what they're doing, like to run that department of the organic certification. As far as I'm concerned, it's just like a cash grab that doesn't ensure the customer's getting a high quality product.
Yeah, that's all it is. I tell everybody a lot, you know, about Julien. Know when I start talking about the fruits and vegetables, here's all the things. Fruits and vegetables, don't believe the hype. I pick it up from the same place. It's all the same stuff. And if you eat meat, it ain't no such thing as free range chicken. Trust me. It ain't no such thing. It ain't no healthy chicken at all.
Chicken.
You bought it out of the store. Chicken, beef and chicken is owned by one company in the U.S., and that's Tyson.
Wow.
They own everything. Everything else. They have even if you read the details. The cows and chickens go in there with shit and piss on them, and they cut them up just like that. They don't clean them. I'm telling you, I see this stuff. Don't believe the hype. Vegetables is grown in the desert, in California, in Nevada. None of it's organic. You can believe that if you want. They all come from one place. The desert.
Yeah.
And people say they get organic fruit.
That,
No, it's not.
that's why it's organic, because there was nothing grown there before.
I guess so.
Yeah.
And I never saw trees that can grow in like a month or two, and it already is like bearing fruit. And they pull a whole tree up out the root. They pull the whole tree up. Once they grow the fruit one time,
Wow.
they pull a whole tree out. Start it again. Pull a whole tree out. Once they finish, start it again. That's all they do.
Wow.
That's crazy.
You know, I be telling people, you know, you can get organic. It was a mom and pop like place, but like stores, you're not getting organic unless somebody from that city or from that state. Like if it's like a small place and they bring it to that one store, yeah, farmers market, yeah. But organic stuff in the store, they ought to cut that out.
Yeah, it's all
They can grow it organic. But once you go in there and run with the gas, it's no longer organic. It's no longer organic.
Yeah, once they treat it like all the other foods.
They get green apples and make them red. It's you know, that organic stamp don't mean shit at all. Don't mean nothing.
So it comes down to you go ahead there, sorry.
I was gonna say it's in the free range when they let them out like for an hour or something a week or whatever it is, and then that qualifies for free range.
I don't understand why they have chickens like that, like indoors in like darkness. You have cows out, but the cows are like standing and shit with no grass, and they're all cluttered together. And like all type of stuff dripping out their nose is
Yeah, that's why I don't eat meat.
You're not selling the product very well.
Well, he doesn't eat meat.
and what I mean, I stopped eating meat a few years ago. You know, it's not because of my body just couldn't digest it anymore. You know, and I just stopped eating meat, period. But working out here, if I would have started this back then, I'd have been starting meat. Because it's too much. It's too much. They do too much with the food. And You know, if you eat meat, I feel like the healthier way to do it if you have your own cows, you have your own chicken. But buying it from the store, to me, that ain't the way to go. And I see why they have E. coli. Like I see how stuff happens. Like I see how like diseases and stuff travel in food. Why? Because I can do it myself. If I don't clean my trailer out and they load it with vegetables and I just had meat in it, then now I contaminated all your peanut butter, I contaminated all your lettuce, and that's how you have E. coli in spinach, you have in peanut butter, you have in everything else. And everywhere, like when I go to these plants, when I walk around, you have blood all on the ground. Like it smells horrible. And I bring that stuff right back in my truck.
But don't they also?
I see how stuff happens.
Don't they also like sometimes when they fertilize the plant, they use like vegetables, they use like animal feces as fertilizer? I thought that was another source of it.
No, because most fertilizer is made from animal
waste.
It's made from the stuff. Yeah. So it's not that; it's the blood. It's the blood.
The E. coli is in the blood. Okay, I thought there was E. coli in feces.
Because it can be in that, but you gotta think about it. That's the thing that we use all fertilizer for. Like fertilizer is just shit. You have trucks going deliver this stuff. I wouldn't deliver that for anything. But it's to me it's more the blood. Like you have to see how the plants are. You have a lot of blood and you have containers that just hold the skin in the fur. It's just in there. Once they cut the collar, it's just fur and skin in different containers.
Yeah.
And when you go to the plant, you can smell that they're balling the skin and the fur. Like it's balled before they ship it out. Like it's real bad.
What do they use that for?
Do you eat eggs or are you you go ahead there.
Eggs, like I'll eat eggs like if they put eggs in like pancakes. I don't really look for like, oh, they don't put eggs in the pancakes. Oh, y'all put egg in this. I'm not really like that, not yet, but I really don't want to eat eggs either. Like if I could, I wouldn't mess with eggs either because I deliver the stuff. So I see stuff other people don't see, and I see stuff people don't believe. Like if I tell somebody, they won't believe it. Like if I tell people what their chicken nuggets are made out of, they won't believe it.
I just ate some last week. Don't ruin it for me. I know. We don't have any fast food on my island, and I picked this up in the city and I broke down and had some disgusting McDonald's stuff.
You say it was disgusting, but you ate it with happiness. You're like,
wow. As soon as I got off the ferry boat and I knew I was in the city after that, I was like, I'm getting something greasy, some junk. I'm going to change my diet too, especially after hearing you guys both are off that train. I just worry about feeling hungry all the time.
That's the problem with me. It's good options. He eats it all every day though.
I eat it all day. That's the thing. That's what they used as far as the island when there was a lot of famine and things like that. They used the Irish Seamoss to buy. So everybody right now, better stock up on that Seamoss because you don't know what's about to happen. Y'all better store it up and eat it and add salt on it too. So you get the salt and you get your nutrients.
I actually thought about contacting some prepper sites and to sell bulk seaweed for the bunkers for the big booming industry right now.
Actually, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
That really is.
You need to talk to Canada Prepper. I think that's his name.
Yeah.
He deals with a lot of stuff. What I was about to do, I'm about to start making these ovens. It's like these things you can take outside. It's made out of anybody can make it. It's made out of cement or made out of some type of stone, and I can dry it, and people can just burn whatever you want in it to create heat. I want to start making those, and I want to start making anybody can make it, but I want to say y'all probably saw before. It's like two iron sticks. You stick it in the ground, and it may have like grooves in it, and it's like a grill. A grill you can grill meat on, and you can put pots on, and you can like move the like grill lower to the wood that's burning, or you can bring it up high. It's just three pieces, two sticks, and a little flat thing with holes in it. So it's like a grill, plus you can sit pots on it and boil water, or you can put anything on it, and cook it. Nice. And I think that's like I think that's the perfect thing for people who can't, or for people who want to like prep for that time, which I wish 20 years ago I was prepping for that time, because I don't know about that. But I want to start making those things, and it's really easy to make. Anybody can make. I have a little experience with welding, so I can make certain things, and the cement oven. Those are like the easiest thing to make.
Yeah. You can make even though at my parents' place, my dad does. He's not a licensed stonemason, but he does. Well, my house wasn't so trashed right now. I'd take a picture of the big fireplace he made out of stone, but he does like you say, like a pizza oven. So you've got a fire going, and then you can slide right in there, cook like a pizza in like 2 minutes. It's awesome. Yeah, stone rock.
I want to do it because like the thing I'm trying to make with the stone is just like, it may be the size of a bucket, like just a regular bucket, and you can sit up on top of it, and you just burn the fire at the bottom. But the other metal little piece I want to make is real easy too, and anybody can make it, but I think that's something I feel like that's something everybody needs. And I used to go fishing a lot. I wish I had that when I used to go fishing and stuff too. Me and my dad used to fish like every week. We'll go out and fish in certain areas and stuff. But I want to start doing it. I think it's cool. Julien, I think Julien actually sells like small ovens.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say what you're describing. Like, it just came in my mind. It reminds me of the pots we have.
Yeah, because I just thought about that, and that's the thing I'm making is like it's similar to that but bigger.
Yeah. But the ones we have are pretty, like, I have ones that I still on the site. They're more like ornamental, but the ones that you have in the home, you could put like a whole stock pot on them. Usually. They're pretty big. They're usually like the cooking surface is like maybe 15 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
So you can hear me, right?
I mean, I feel like everybody needs to buy those little ovens, just in case. There was time when my family was poor. I'm talking about nothing, like no water, no lights. So, during those times, I wish I had something like that. That would help out a lot. Yeah.
Well, when the robots take your trucking job, maybe your last.
That's what you can come up with.
Should be up here to Canada where I live, man. It's only 2,000 people, and lots of product around, and good community. Good spot for when things get a little crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to come check out your spot. Eat some fresh seafood and stuff.
Oh yeah, we got lots of lobster, scallop, haddock.
Oh, Yes, lobster and scallop are like two of my favorite crustaceans.
Yeah, they're good. They're solid.
Do sea drinks grow up that way?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. I'm not familiar with what they look like, so I don't know.
They literally look like grapes. They're like these green things
Yeah.
that are like balls, and they're like on a vine.
No, never seen them. Pretty sure.
Yeah, they sell them in a store down here certain times of the year. They sell them in a store, but they're a little too pricey. Like price, I don't even know if anybody can like ship them because I don't know if it would be. Yeah, I guess you can dry them out. You can dry them out like you do any other seaweed.
The only people I see selling them are the ones from Vietnam.
Oh, I don't want that.
Well, you don't know, really. Like, a lot of people shit on the Vietnam, and sometimes it seems like I am too. But really, like, it still goes back to what I said earlier. Like, it's the source. So if you go check out this company, Vietnam company, and they're sourcing their stuff from a good place, and they're doing proper, say, the same techniques as what they're doing in St. Lucia to dry and harvest the sea moss, maybe the same sort of levels of like quantity, like they're not mass producing stuff. Is it really bad sea moss? Just because you heard? You know what I mean? Like, we need to be more sort of like unbiased in a sense. Like, yeah, I love St. Lucian sea moss, but like at the same time, it really comes down to where the sea, like the quality of the water and the person processing it.
I was going to comment on that post, Julien, because when I was over in Hainan, I traveled all around the island, and like the amount of, I know that's not Vietnam, but it's kind of close, I think. I'd have to look at the map again, but there was a lot of garbage on the beach. Like, I wouldn't have eaten any seafood or seaweed off of Hainan. I mean,
Yeah.
so you do have to be careful for sure. But like you say, it doesn't mean that certain distance away they've actually got take precautions and have it cleaned up. I mean, can't generalize, but
Yeah.
And they actually have one of the biggest farms. So I mean, they produce it for all of like the skincare places over here, like L'Oreal, all the places that make shampoo, and all the places that deal with food, like the canned soup, the bottle like soups and sauces and stuff. Because that's all they use in sauces is the sea moss, for thickening. So I mean, it's a big market over here, but the seaweed they get, I think that stuff is like $1 a pound.
Yeah.
So I wish I can move that because I'll make so much money picking up sea moss and stuff from the dock. But I say if I can go to the port and that's all I run, because trust me, sea moss is moving. If I can just run sea moss from the ports all the way to the regimes, I can make some money because everybody needs it. And damn near every industry except the clothes. But if you makeup, food, body products, that's what they use. I wish I can move that type of stuff.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Julien made me hungry when he was eating food on camera earlier. I gotta grab a little snack. I'll be right back.
No problem. I was just doing some stretching before I get to bed. As you get older, dude, you get so stiff, And the sitting in the chair, like, it's like, I don't know, my back gets tough and stuff. So I always have this roller. I gotta get some kind of setup will allow me to like stretch my back while I do this. You ever use one of these? These things are awesome.
Yeah, I have one of those at home. They have the ones with like the knots on it. Those are pretty good too.
Really, I'm gonna try that next time because this is good. It's just not as. I'd like a little bit more harder.
You can take like a ball and like rub your feet on it, like the bottom of your feet, and that will help your back too. Like your feet, your waist, like it's like anything. It's like everything makes your back hurt. Everything.
Yeah.
Everything makes your back hurt. From your feet all the way up to your shoulders, your neck. It's like all connected with. It's all connected to your back. You know. And that's something I need to take care of because I'm sitting down in this truck all day. And you know, I need a spinal adjustment, alignment, whatever is going on.
Chiropractor. Well, I miss going to a chiropractor. I used to go all the time. My chiropractor was called Dr. Truelove. And I should actually go see him because you know those people you meet in life that you run into like years later and you're just like, you know, like it's so crazy how I run into this guy. So when I was young, right, I've always been someone that's wanted to be an entrepreneur. I always saw myself running my own businesses and stuff. So I used to apply to a lot of these like school programs and stuff like that, entrepreneurship course and stuff, or they would select me to these different like events and stuff. So I got to go to this one youth entrepreneurial weekend where they basically housed you in this place for a weekend, fed you, and you know you go to all these like workshops and learn about business and business concepts and ideas and all this kind of other shit. And so when I was there, I met this guy whose last name was Truelove. It was Dr. Truelove, and Truelove. And he kind of selected me to take this like advanced group where we were meeting in some rich neighborhood in like Rosedale, right? This is a rich area out here. And we would sit on this lawn and everybody would talk about business ideas and all that stuff like that. This is back when I was like 15, 14, you know, like I was really young back then, right? Fast forward now to like when I'm like 35 or so. My dad's like, yeah, you got to go see this chiropractor, blah, blah, blah. You know, he's like, Dr. Truelove. And I'm like, that name sounds familiar. He's like, yeah, this guy, he's always taking care of me, hooks me up, you know what I mean? Gives me free chiropractic sessions, this and that. And so I ran into him and I was just like, oh, are you the same guy? And he kind of remembered me, but he didn't. But it was just weird how, like, what are the chances of me running back into this guy's life, you know? And then for years, he was my chiropractor, and I used to go see him all the time. My whole family went and seen him and everything. He was good. So, just a little interesting story of my life. Okay, yeah, it is getting kind of late.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. All right. I know it was this late. I got to get up. Oh, man. All right.
It was good chat, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Are you going out, man?
I don't know. I might stay up for a little bit.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try to. I don't know.
How am I going to save some money? I got 81 pans of bladder-act dry, and I got another 70 to 80 to dry. But I'm offering free shipping on my Etsy and stuff, and if I sell in the group, these like it takes up a lot of space, man. These are gonna be 20-pound box or something. It's gonna be a big box. It's gonna be like $160 to ship it.
Mm-hmm. So your problem is what?
Like to get that, like if I'm charging $20 for 20 pants, $400, and then you lose 160 to ship it, then you get taxed.
Well, it depends on the size of the box or the weight of the box.
Both.
And it's a bad product to ship in both because it's a big bag that needs a big box.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So usually
whenever
it's
you vacuum seal it.
it would be
Oh, no,
dimensional weight. But are you using like a third-party shipping company to calculate your shipping labels? Maybe that's a solution.
That would probably be, that's something I'm not doing. I'm just using Canada Post.
Okay, yeah.
Basic.
It's going to be expensive, especially when you ship to the States. So Canada Post to the States is probably costing you like $35 or so, right?
Or
I don't know.
like a box like that.
Yeah, how big is the box? What's the size?
I'll show you. I've got it right here.
Let me see if I can do a quick calculation on what you might spend on net parsing or something.
I don't know if you'll be able to gauge
Okay.
these by palms. Turn the camera too.
Where's it shipping from to?
Well, I haven't even sold any to the ladder rack yet. I'm just assuming from what I was sending on some other shipments.
Okay.
So, it's a pretty big bag.
What's your postal code?
E5G 484.
E5G 484.
I gotta get that like fit.
And what size is the box? Huh?
Right on. I'm not sure if you can tell how big the dimensions of the box.
I can barely see it. So that looks like it's like an 18 by 18 box.
Yeah, possibly.
How many pounds are you How many pounds are you putting in it?
20.
20 pounds?
Like I got the 10-pound boxes down sweet. That's running me $70. Like if I ship 10 pounds of moss, I mean, I'm okay with that. But
What size box do you use in the 10 pounds? Do you know or no?
I do. It's like 60 centimeters by 32 by 27.
60 centimeters? How many inches is that? Let's see if I have. There we go. Centimeters to inches. So 60 centimeters. It's 24 inches.
Yeah.
And that's in the 10th, so this is probably even bigger than that box is probably bigger.
Yeah. Double.
Okay.
So I'm just like, I know I'm just not doing it. This takes more playing around because I'm giving up way too much money on shipping.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
That's it. What's your postal code, Yusuf?
70125.
70125. Only. Let's see, how much? 20 pounds. Grandman. Manan. Is it pronounced Manan?
Yeah, Manan.
Yeah. So 3 days select is around $180, and 6 days transit is 125.
Does the transit have tracking numbers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, that's not bad.
yeah. And that's just like off the, you know what I mean? Like, I think you have to sign in. Let me sign in my account and then get a quote because I think they might do it better if they know I have an account. We'll see.
My phone about to go dead.
Hmm?
I said my phone about to go dead at 1%.
Oh shit! You gotta go. You want to go charge it? You gotta go to bed anyways, man.
You know, I want to charge it, but it's just not charging. I don't know what's going on.
What was your post?
Good luck on your drive tomorrow.
What was your?
Good luck on your driving.
No, I'm getting up probably like 8 o'clock. I deliver at 10. I might get up at 7. I don't know. I mean, I can't really sleep in the truck anyway. It's too dry and dusty in there.
And all that cow blood, chicken blood all through it.
Okay, that's real. Sometimes I can smell it coming from my.
Well, his phone died.
Yeah.
And I didn't even see Khaled trying to join in the group there. What's up, Khaled? Can't hear him.
Problems with his audio or something, you're saying?
Yeah, I thought maybe you got it fixed, but I can't hear him right now. So let's see here. Pace new trend man. And what was his 70150? Yeah, or I'll do 7125 or 70125. And that's United States, New Orleans. Okay, so let's do 30 by 30 by 30 and 20 pounds. Get a quote. See what I get here.
Yeah.
These shipping services, they're awesome. You know what I mean? Oh, that's crazy. It actually charges me way more. That's whack. Well, you know what it was too? I think I changed the size of the box and get
Yeah, you might have done that.
than what the quote was.
That's all right. I was just curious. I mean, 130 is a lot better than what I was anticipating.
Mm-hmm. Well, I recommend.
Now,
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I'm finding it's not as easy as I thought it was going to be to find 10-pound and 20-pound buyers. Like, I'm going to have to bite the bullet here and sell pounds, like 1 pound, 2 pounds, 4 pounds, 5 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Really, to move the stuff at a decent price, and that's not going to really work for me once harvest season's in full swing, man. I can't. There's not enough hours in the day to pick dry and then hit another tide and then try to pack like 40-pound orders or something.
No, totally. Well, if you ever want to work out a deal with a partnership, I'm open to suggestions. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No, seriously.
probably.
I don't really sell the Seamoss, but like to me, packing Seamoss. If you were to send me the bulk of whatever you had and just like send me a list, I don't know, I would just pay me a fee on what the cost was. You know what I mean? I think we'd even could work out something of like work it into the shipping cost that the guy would pay. And then, if I save money on the shipping, that would be my bonus or whatever. I don't know. I'm open to discussing
I
it.
think,
That's what I'm saying. I'm a pretty flexible guy.
well,
I have the warehouse. I have the shipping labels. I have the ability to buy the shipping and ship it out. You know.
yeah. Oh, I think we could definitely make something work beneficial to both of us for sure.
Yeah, especially for the smaller items. Like maybe you want to keep the bulk ones where you ship out, but like you know what I mean. When you're doing like say 2 ounces, 4 ounces, 8 ounces, there's a lot of good margins on that, right? But
Yeah.
it gets eaten up in the cost of shipping when you're dealing with from small amounts from where you are. You know what I mean? Because you know
Exactly.
it's not like a major city, right? Where you I don't know. Maybe well, where are you? You're in a remote place, kind of, right? Am I right?
Oh, I'm on an island. I'm on an island, man.
Okay. I just yeah. I didn't want to be presumptuous. I didn't want to be like thinking. Yeah.
I'm in the sticks. What's this? Okay, let's start. Look, he's trying out a live video on his thing. But yeah, I mean, even selling $49.99 like a pound of moss. I mean, I'm still $24-25 to ship it with tracking.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose 50% right off the bat,
Mm-hmm.
and then by the time you pay tax on that, you're getting closer to where less hassle.
Mm-hmm.
Selling bulk right around, but
You might even want to maybe do like a flat rate shipping, but not the full actual cost of your shipping. So you're selling the price and you're including shipping, but instead of it being $30 or $20 for the shipping, it's like $15 or $10. You know what I mean? And so you're not fronting the whole shipping cost, but some of it. You know, it's like kind of like subsidizing it. You know,
yeah.
because it's either that or you adjust your prices. I always tell people the shipping's not free. You know, someone has to pay for it.
Yeah, you're right there. I mean, it's just too much, and then I don't know if it really leads to that many more orders necessary, or maybe the person was going to buy it anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. I struggle with that all the time. I've done a recent experiment where we've adjusted the prices and now we've changed it so that we're offering a different sort of level of shipping, and the shipping's free after over $100, right? And so because we saw that if like we couldn't offer shipping on a certain amount, and maybe that's something you want to say to people is like, you know, not a free shipping on 1 pound, but like free shipping on 2-3 pounds, then it's worth your while and you can offset some of that shipping costs. You know what I mean? Because like you said, it eats hot because you know, shipping 1 pound to 5 pound is usually the same price. You know what I mean? And so yeah. So do you want to spread that over 1 pound or 3 pounds, or you know what I mean? Then it's only say the shipping is $20. Then you know you spread it over 4 pounds. That's an extra $4 or $5. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. You can
Maybe do that.
yeah, when you're making that so much money, you can afford to kind of like sacrifice the $20 for the shipping. You know. And then I would do something where after under a certain amount, it's like a flat rate because then you know between $10, say 1 pound and 2 pounds, what it's going to be, and then you adjust the pricing on those smaller amounts so that even though they're paying for some of the shit, like, and I would do a flat rate shipping so the shipping's not as much, so it doesn't look as scary, and so even though they're paying for shipping, some of it's embedded in the price that they don't really see, you know?
Right.
Yeah. And then that way it will force them to you always want to push them up to the higher level to get the free shipping.
Yeah.
That's the goal. You don't want to waste your time on the 1 pounds and 2 pounds. Like I remember when I used to operate a dispensary. I started a dispensary with these guys, And one of the things we did that was like kind of like crazy out there for the industry is our minimum gram was $20 or $25, which was like absurd. Like people would get mad, like what you. But the thing is, one, the CMOS we had was all top level, and our attitude was like, we don't want you to buy a gram. We want you to buy a quarter or a half ounce and stuff like that. And so you shouldn't come to our store if you want 1 gram. In fact, you're causing us more heat and more trouble. And that's what I would say to the guys, because when they complain in the store, like, hey, why is your grams $20? And it's like, because we don't want you buying 1 gram. You know what I mean? We don't want you coming in and out. And you go to these dispensaries and bring the heat there, because the way we were modeling it was high end. It was low numbers. Like you got to understand your market in a sense. You know what I mean? The market that you want to create, and that's who you cater to. And don't really worry about if the other guys come and get you. That's great, but sometimes these, like what I would call undesirable clients, can cause you more headache than it's worth. You know what I mean? You want to work with guys where, like, I remember in real estate, I had a girlfriend of mine who, she was telling me some story about the client. The client was giving her attitude about, like, why don't you reduce your commission this, and questioning her value of what she does, right? And I was like, why don't you show, whatchamacallit, hold on, someone's asking a question here. I'll finish the story. So why don't you, why didn't you do this or do that to try and keep the client? And she was like, listen, Julien, I don't want to deal with anybody that's going to give me a hard time. Like, if this is what you're giving me in the beginning, imagine what it's going to be like when we work together. She's like, I only want to work with people that are going to high five me and stuff like that. And so I'm not chasing the business I don't want. I'm chasing the business I want. And that's where my focus is going to be. So let someone else have that headache, not me. You know what I mean? And so I apply that. Yeah. So I apply that philosophy to a lot of my business. And there's some business where it's like straight up. Some people will say Julian's a total asshole. But I'll tell you this, if I'm an asshole to you, because you treated me in some way that made me realize that I didn't want your business anymore.
I'm not trying to make a sale.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that anymore. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I've put my reality in such a place where I know that I control my efforts, control every result and outcome that I receive. And so to me, it's like losing one sale is not going to end the world for me. I'm going to get the next sale. I'm going to get the business because I know I have a good product, and I know I'm a good person, and I know I provide great service and good sales. And if, one person's not happy with the level that I give, then,
can't worry about it.
Yeah, that's not my problem. So, yeah.
Carol's trying to get on here somehow, but.
Yeah. She said, hey, Julien, for some reason, the audio isn't working for my iPad Pro. Can I try again for my phone? Because I want to try and ask. Yeah, man. Join in. Let me see if I see her there. I don't know if I have to send anybody invites. I see Kayla too here.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get through my iPad for some odd reason. I checked the settings. The audio's selected. It's just not talking.
Strange. We couldn't hear you at all.
Are you guys having a great night?
Oh, always, man.
Hey, good time.
That's good. I've been trying to get to you, Rory. Now, this guy, I ordered from him, and it flipped me out because I got to looking around on my own investigating, and I actually on my own ran into 2 different Instagrams, and then I noticed the PayPal or the payment method. He had that Jesus of Nazareth name of business, and it just threw me off. I said, what is going on? So I don't know if he's fraud. I can't figure out why do he need Trying This Christmas from you? And every time someone in the group posts Trying This Christmas, he's in there posting heavily about how he got it.
heavy posting, man. When I like just joined the group there, like not that long ago, and that guy was all over the board.
It's like he copy and pasting a little the same thing over and over whenever John Christmas is mentioned.
Yeah.
I've never really
And
seen this guy.
really wanted a bunch of pictures from me, which is normal. I mean, if somebody's going to buy your product, they want to see it and all that.
But why do he need your Chinese Christmas if he's pushing? He got this special Chinese Christmas for Peru.
It's a really good question.
You gotta ask him. For all you know, he's probably trying to expand his offerings. You know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, I'm waiting.
I was going to say, you've already ordered from him, right?
That's right. I just gotta set up the updating. So I actually, right while we were talking, the last 20 minutes maybe, I got an update. It's telling me that it's in Miami. So I guess it made it through customs. You know, when it comes from Peru, I always notice my Peru orders. It'll stop in Miami. And you guys, it stops in New York, Jamaica. Maybe it's Jamaica, Queens, but it's New York. It is Jamaica, New York.
That's right. There's like a big international something there that handles all the mail. But that'll be interesting. I mean, geez, like it was a nice sized order that I'd like to do with the person, but
yeah.
So maybe
it'll be cool.
Maybe I don't want to
cash up front.
For junk.
But that's how I got in Seamoss. You know, I got scammed. It was $50 too, guys. But it was the sentimental situation that I took it very personal. And so I went on a Seamoss mission. That's what my wife said.
Oh.
But I'm sorry for interrupting Julien. You guys could go back to the
conversation. There's no interruption.
Why don't you hang around? I mean, I'm only going to be on for like another 15 minutes anyway. I got to get to bed too.
Well, let's hang out and see who else come on. I'll be in the background listening. Hey, guys.
All right, sounds good. Oh, look at this. Seamoss the Boss. We source 100 to 10,000 pounds from St. Lucia. Free shipping, lab tested, and sun-dried. Look at that. So this is something that I see that's happening in the future, is that everybody's going to start producing lab tests to show that they're Seamoss and see where it's coming from and da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a definite coming, that part of the markets.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to be like the Wild Wild West. Because when I get my product tested and posted on my website, someone else is going to come over, copy and paste your test results. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we want.
Exactly. They want to see that stuff. So I was just messaging Moss King. He was like, something's up with my live stream on the Facebook, where it's almost like the comments, people are messaging me and it's not coming through some of the places. And so he was trying to get on, and he usually comes on to talk about Seamoss. I think you've talked with him before. And yeah, it sucks that he was trying to get. I hate when people want to be a part of it, but they can't get on, because I know what that's like. It's like standing outside the club and the doors are locked and shit. Like, you hear all the music, everybody's having a good time. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck, I can't get in.
Well, that's brutal that the messages or alerts didn't go through.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to restart it and reset it and stuff like that. But we'll see. Let's see. I'm sure I'll send a support to thing to people.
Oh, for sure. I'm hoping we got good weather next weekend. This will be the first harvest of moss for 2022. So.
Oh, really? See, you haven't been in the water, because I guess the water's been so cold lately, right?
It's just been super cold, and we've got like it's blowing like 50 to 100. I mean, the rocks would just have like waves that the moss rocks would come out really, even on a big tide, because you just couldn't. The weather would be too extreme, but hopefully this weekend will be good, and then I can post some stuff to my Instagram.
Yeah, get the ball rolling, start pushing out some products. That must be exciting to get that going.
Pretty fired up.
I can't wait till I go back to St. Lucia soon. I can get in the water and like, I don't know. I feel sorry for these guys because it's like now the way I am with like social media, like getting online, it's like, dude, I'll be live streaming like every day, like from the beach, showing the water, showing the stuff, talking to farmers, interviewing them. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like a level.
I was gonna say, go heavy on the content while you're down there.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're they've been warned, because like I'll have nothing but time when I'm down there, and I think I'll have a car, like my own car, to drive around and do or go where I need to go. I won't be so as dependent on my partner as I was before. Like last time I was there, I had no vehicle at all. And so, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was like,
nice to have freedom to get around and sure.
No, and I've already lined up a few of my friends already where I'm going to go work in their farms and like talk to them and show the waters and show the action. And that's the thing. Like once people see what Seamoss farming and cultivating is all about, they're going to have a different attitude. Like the other day, I was like having an argument, and I decided like I'm going to change up my style of approaching these people. Rather than debate themselves, I'm going to get them to explain themselves, and then I'm going to show where they are thinking and saying it's wrong. So, for example, this guy was like, "Oh, I would rather, farm wild over farmed," and then I was kind of like, "Okay, well, why is that reason?" He's like, "Well, if I ate an animal in the wild, it's going to be better than if it was taken out of its environment and kept in a cage, right?" And I'm like, but Seamoss isn't grown like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not taken from its natural wild environment. It's grown in its natural wild environment, right? At least the Seamoss I'm talking in the Caribbean. Of course, where you guys are at, you know what I mean? It's grown in the wild and stuff like that, right? But like the stuff, I guess my point is that it's not it's not like what people think when they think farming. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not the traditional. Yeah, there's nobody coming and putting pesticides on it or throwing, fertilizers or any chemicals on it to kind of increase its growth and control its this or that. No, it's just left there to do what it naturally does. It can't get any more.
The important things is the tidal action and the flow of the water, and that's the kind of stuff that really matters.
Huge. You know what I mean? Like you were saying earlier, like the location, like certain Seamoss in this certain tidal area, you know what I mean? It's going to produce a better quality because of, the conditions in the environment where, the water current's so big, it doesn't get as much activity or barnacles as the other Seamoss does, and blah, 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 So.
Yeah. There's a lot, as you know. I mean, Seamoss is a deep subject. So, like, it takes customer base a long time. It takes even people who've been around it for years and years, a long time to figure out and learn a lot of different things about it.
Bro, I've been doing it for 2 years, and I know there's stuff I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm someone that you would call passionate about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, look, who do you know that's doing live streams twice a week for fucking 4 hours? Do you understand how much my family hates me? And I do this, like I said, because I love this. I don't make any money. I don't make any extra sales from this.
Oh no.
No.
It's good to just talk to other people who are into it.
Yeah, I love it.
Really into it.
I love the connection. I love the networking. I feel that it gives me energy to see other people working and stuff, to be able to be a part of other people's inspiration, which I feel this show does a lot to do for people. That's a lot of where I'm getting the energy. This is not like a sales, kind of tactic in a sense. It's more about make me feel good about myself and what I'm doing for the industry tactics so that I can justify why I'm going out there and doing this work. It's like my why, And so
I see what is it Ricky? Is his last name McBride? Or,
yeah, McBride.
He had a nice Instagram post up there, like started at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And things definitely look like they've gone well for him. I mean, that's inspirational to anybody's, whether you've been doing it for a long time or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's still inspirational for you, like. Mm-hmm. You can run with this as far as you want to run with it.
Definitely.
You don't have I can look 4 years down the road and say, do you want to be as big as Manco's sea vegetables?
Bro, you could be.
We can play. It's me, and I know every single harvester here. This is where all the adults comes from.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
But don't short or don't shoot. Set your sights too low, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro, if I have to give anybody any inspiration, I'll say this. 90% of what I'm doing right now, 2 years ago, I had no idea how to do it. Live streaming, what? Instagram, all this social media stuff. Like, I understand social media, I understand marketing and stuff like that because I've been doing it for a long time. But I wasn't doing live streams and talking to people. I wasn't building a community of a group 8,000. Like, I didn't even think I could get to 8,000 people. Half the reason why I developed that group was really because I got tired of getting kicked out of everybody else's group because they didn't like to hear what I said. And so it dawned on me one day that it was like, well, wait a minute. If I'm the moderator of the group, no one can kick me out. And I was like, Seamoss Buyers Club was born.
That is cool.
Dad, I'm dead serious, bro. It was that, and yeah, because I was trying to sell the Seamoss, and there were some groups where they were like, no, only these approved vendors can sell in this group, and only this and that, and then some of them, like one of them, because they would argue about the wildcrafting and getting the Seamoss off the rocks and stuff, and so some of them I would show them evidence, and then I would go to comment, and then I would like, wait a minute, my comments are turned off. Like, what the? I'm like, oh, that bastard, Easy, dog. Don't bark outside.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
They get the group going.
Yeah, and so.
I think I'm gonna head her to bed, man.
All right, no problem.
1:40.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of stuff to try to get on the go this week. She will do.
All right. Well, yeah.
We'll catch up. I'm trying to say. We'll have a further in-depth conversation about maybe what we could do as far as some products and stuff.
Yeah, let's see what we can do. Work together, and we'll take it from there. Hold on a second.
Again,
sorry, my thing just ran out of batteries, so I should actually kind of pack it up too because it's getting late. And I know my family's trying to sleep upstairs, and I'm incredibly. You know what I need to do? I need to build a studio so I can get up out of here and have a place to do this late at night. I was doing it at the warehouse, but that same. I don't know if you heard the story earlier with the guy that's living there. No bueno.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want you doing it over there.
Oh, he'll flip out. They want to start scrapping. So I'm not, how Canadians get, you know what I mean? They're all nice and calm, and then you push their buttons, that's it.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever watched Letterkenny?
Maybe an episode or two. It's pretty funny. I remember trying to remember where it's made out of.
It's made from Ontario, and it's like
Okay.
like it's basically Ontario country guys, and that's how they talk with their slang and all their like spit talk and all this shit. But yeah, I'm actually. I think when I get off here, I'm gonna have some jokes and watch some Leonard Kenny before I go to bed. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, that was good catching up. Good talks with everybody tonight.
It was awesome, man. It was really great, and I'm gonna reach out. Who was that guy that we talked to? Like, hopefully he'll reach out to me. What?
Gerald.
Gerald. That's it. Yeah, yeah. He's gonna reach out to me and get, or if he reaches out to you, send him the address. Send me the address and his information, and I'll send him like a couple ounces of that Seamoss. Because he really can't get much because I gave him a pound, but I feel bad too because I was kind of one. Like as soon as I said free Sam, I was like, "Oh shit, Julien, shut your mouth."
I was sitting here and I was like, "Holy fuck, you have no idea how many samples I've been sending."
Yeah, trust me, bro. I felt it. I must have felt your energy.
Just boom, boom. I'm sending out samples everywhere.
You know what?
That's good. One sample, man, can lead to somebody end up doing a bunch of business with.
Sure.
I realize.
But you know what I would do? I would get them to at least pay for their shipping and stuff. Like a guy like me, I can understand why you're doing it because look, dude, I'm working hard, and I promise you, I'll make sure that you'll get 10 times the value of what you did like cost you to send that Seamoss. In some ways, that's one of the laws that I believe in is the law of reciprocation. Is that when someone gives something out to you, it's your duty or your obligation to reciprocate that. But I always try to give a little more because I bank on that blessing, So.
Oh yeah, well, it's all good.
But you'll have some guys that will just come. It's like they're like those guys at Costco that just eat all the samples, and they're all. I'm one of those guys. But listen, I had this one check where she emailed me and she called me and she had this big story about how she was in her own business and she buys all this Seamoss and the soap and she wants a sample and this and this and that. And so I was like, okay, how much do you want for a sample? And then she's like, yeah, how about like a pound of each kind? And I was like, okay, no problem. And then so I sent her the bill because I wasn't doing it for free, right? 3 fucking pounds? What are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? I'm sending you to for a sample. I don't even know you. You're nobody on social media. So she comes back and she's like, what is this? A bill? Like, what are you talking about? And then I'm like, what do you mean? This is a sample. She's like, I thought you understood that samples are free. I'm like, no, free samples are free. You know what I mean? Samples are samples. Like, I don't know where you're talking. So the point of the story is, so we work out this price, right? So I eventually said, I'm not doing this, but if you buy the samples, I'll credit you on your larger order that you claim you're going to buy. So she's like, okay. And so I give her this like really good price on the Seamoss, right? And the idea is she was going to use that as the sample, and then, when she likes it, she'll, get the credit back. This chick orders 2 of these packages. So I call her back up, and I'm like, you ordered 2? Like, what are you doing ordering 2? Like, why would you order 2? She's like, oh, I thought I was helping you out. I wanted to support your business. I was like, support my business? Are you kidding me? I'm like, listen, you want to support my business, pay full price. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I gave her like 60% off the price. And you think that's supporting my business? Like, I just gave it to you for like next to nothing. Like, I'm losing money on it, Like, what the? Anyways, so that's my parting story for you. Yeah. Be careful who you give samples to. Like, the samples are good and everything, but make sure you're just not giving them away like Costco because they'll add up. Or even
giving them to solid people. Like, I'm not. I'm using common sense as far as like.
Or even give smaller amounts. Like, you gave me a whole pound. You could have gave me, 4 ounces or half a pound. That would have been just as good
Oh yeah,
as a sample.
I'm not worried about that. But you're gonna have lots here soon. That's
Good way to think. Think
share
abundance.
around.
Yeah, think abundance. That's good. That's good. Good idea.
Yeah. All right.
All
Man.
right.
Well, you have a good night. We'll be chatting, Julien.
All right, for sure. My pleasure.
See
You
you,
guys have a good night. Take care.
You too.
All right, bye. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching tonight on YouTube, Clubhouse, Instagram. I know I was kind of focused on the Instagram tonight, but those that kind of came in and listened in, I hope you guys got some good value about it. And, make sure you come check us next week on coming Wednesday. I'll be here around 9:30ish and doing another Seamoss. Let's talk about Seamoss, where anything can go in the conversation. So yeah, make sure you join us and enjoy the conversation. Take care, and don't forget to take your Seamoss.